and it said this has been terminated due or blocked due to showing pornography. And it wasn't like child pornography, it was just plain old pornography. And I'm like, oh, so you're not even allowed to show anything on here. How the fuck is Asmunch showing everything that he's got going on in the world in his Telegram? It just must be a really cool community, and nobody has blown the whistle. How did you do that? Yeah. Right, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's not private. Anyone with that link can get it. Wait. Hold on. I disagree with this. To my knowledge, a Telegram can be public or private. Public, anyone can join. Private, you need a direct link. And that direct link can be a huge amount of numbers, or it can be a customized link. Now, the one that you've been using, I agree with you, is more private, but I don't think that, I'm fairly certain you can make a public one with all kinds of, name scrambled characters like you've made. Well, I'm just happy you've been able to do your thing for as long as you have. Oh, hey. Hi. Remember, I was like, hey, dude, you got to see this image generator? Dog, who is Face? Yo, who is Face? Yeah. Right, no, I recognize that, but who is that person? Why? No, I mean, are you friends with them? Are they cool? That's a no. If it takes you that long to think about the answer to a very simple question of are they cool, then they're not cool. They're a little bit of a douchebag. I can just tell you right now, they're a douchebag a little bit by your answer. Normal people, you'd be like, oh no, they're tight. No. Or you'd be like, no, I'm sorry, it took so long. No, they're really cool. We go way back. I should have answered more quickly. No. I'm not saying it that way. I'm not saying it like that. Everybody knows when I just say, are they cool? That means, are they a cool person? person. That doesn't mean are they cool with drugs or are they cool with hooking up. That's more a specific conversation, and I get that. I get it. Are they cool? Like, are they cool with smoking? Are they cool with drugs? Are they cool with drinking? But when I say are they cool, I just mean like, are they a nice person? No, not what we mean. Not what we mean. You've answered you've answered the question. So the answer is that they're not cool. What'd you say, Big Dog? One more time. Dog. What'd you say? Now I can hear you. I don't know, Jacob, doesn't he sound like in and out? Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's Joby Printing Bags. Oh, I thought that was Ass Munch. Joby Printing Bags, how you doing, baby? I was asking about you. Yeah, we were. Joby Printing Bags. His mom's uploading her OnlyFans data. Get on your phone, dog, so we can talk to you. Poor Joby Printing Bags. I'm dead serious on this. I've never seen someone with better download speed. I've been looking at people's download speeds for 30 years. Joe has the best residential download speed I've ever seen, and the second worst upload speed I've ever seen. I have the worst, but he has the second worst. Joby Printing Bags, can you hear us, baby? Joby Printing Bags. Look in the chat. You're asking us to look in the chat. Dog. I'm gonna look in the chat. It's dead. I'll talk in a little bit. It doesn't work anymore. Oh, do you mean your phone is dead? Do you mean your phone is dead? Question mark. Oh, both his phone and his internet are dead. Send a pic? How does he send a pic of his phone and internet not working? I mean, I know you could, but it's like a difficult thing to do. I really like that request though, because it's like multifaceted. It's like, oh, your internet isn't working? Email me to prove it. And well, your email's not going to probably work unless you go to another location or something. So you're saying basically, he's saying my phone and my internet don't work, and you're like, send a pic, basically, prove it. He's like, how do you look? Right. Basically, by him not sending a picture, that is him proving it. Okay. Oh, so he's sending. Oh my word, 347. Dude, your mom's OnlyFans is clogging up the server, dog. Not connected. Dog, 347.39 download speed. He could rock torrents all day long. His ISP will get pissed, but he could. You're asking? He said his mom was connected to the internet as well, and she was uploading all her iCloud data at the same time. So that's why I call it her OnlyFans. It's her iCloud data, but to me it's funny. I agree. Oh, God. Word. Absolutely. Yo, Joby Printing Bags. Let's see what else he's typing. He did contact them. The Federal Bureau of Investigation. Yo, Pimp, what's he doing? Like, they could be tracking my shit. 18 plus. I really want to know what happened to Joe. He Printing Bags' internet and phone. I'm going to ask. What happened to your phone with its data plan? Question mark. I can hear you all. I can hear all of you still. Neil freaking Diamond Hands? Dude, and Real Schiller X is here. And you guys don't even know who Real Schiller X is. Real Schiller X lives in Nigeria. Nigeria is the richest country in Africa? Dude, wait. What about South Africa? I mean, I could see Nigeria being it. We're talking like gross domestic product of the entire country, right? I could see that. Look at that. Neil freaking Diamond Hands, how the fuck are you? Are you being a big slut? Great. What did you do with Joby Printing Bags' internet? Liar. That's cool. Joe freaking Diamond Hands, I have a question for you. Do you like the Neil Diamond song, Brothers Traveling Band or whatever? I love that song. That's a sick song. It was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood with Quentin Tarantino. Yeah, it was a sweet movie. All right, there you go. All right, I got my 8 questions answered. Anybody else have any questions for Neil freaking Diamond Hands? Dog. For how long have you been here? 30 maybe. We're spanking and yanking it, plotting global domination. Dog, do you know what Sanko.tv is? Do you know what Sanko.tv is? It's whatever I'm streaming Rabbi Rothschild 5. It's basically a YouTube, but you have to pay the person to be able to watch their stream. You don't have to pay them, but like you at least have to sign in. Real Schiller X. Rothschild is a pimp. He lives in Nigeria, which we all learned from Who's That is the wealthiest country in Africa. Rothschild X, did you know that Nigeria is the wealthiest country in Africa? All right, baby. Dog. What did you all do with Apollo? No one knows. That's not what he said. Good for you. Oh, dude, Joe, we can hear Joe now. Oh, no, we can't. Dude, your mom is uploading her OnlyFans, dog. You gotta tell her. Lady, please, I'm trying to talk with my friends. No. No, I'm very serious. You're fading in and out. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. We'll get it. We'll get it. Are you on your cell phone? Are you on your cell phone? No, okay. So, dude, do the download. Do the download test, and you'll be able to tell. Do it again. It's like a rain dance for internet. I love that, dude. If there was like a rain dance for internet, I would do it all the time. Okay, so Joby printing bags. We're gonna help you with this. No, he'll be fine. Don't do that. You're the king of the Mevbot, dog. You can do it after we have the Mevbot. We don't want to see you go though. We need you, dog. No, it's only successful. So here's what we got. We got Joby printing bags. I'll explain. He has the best residential internet download speed I've ever seen. 365 megabytes per second download speed. That's phenomenal. His upload speed is like 1 megabyte per second, which it's like something's wrong here. So we told him, you need to investigate what's going on in your house because someone's using your internet to like take up all your upload bandwidth. And he found out it was his mom. She was uploading her iCloud accidentally and didn't realize it. So he asked her to stop or something like that, and she shut it off. And then he came in and he could speak and it was very clear and it was perfect. And he was on his computer and he was using his Wi-Fi. Everything was working really well. Then he left for a few minutes and now he's come back and he's got this issue again. And we're all over here like, dog, you need to just ask your mom to turn down the uploads so that you can talk with your friends. So in the meantime, Joby printing bags, what's your upload speed? He's mad at me? Hey man, he's not the first person to be mad at me today, nor will he probably be the last person mad at me today. So we'll be fine. I'm sure we'll be able to get through this challenge. Joby printing bags. Let's help him. How can we help you? Let's help Joby printing bags. Joby printing bags, can you hear us? Okay, run the speed test. I know you just ran the speed test, and I can tell you exactly, you're having the same problem that you were having
2 hours ago. I hate to say it, but you need to go ask your family to stop uploading so that you can talk with your friends. That's what it's exactly like. Mom, Mom, get off the internet. It is. Dude, Mom, get off the phone. You're gonna mess with the yeah. You're gonna mess with the dial. The dial tone. If you had two lines, you were like a king. We got Joby printing bags. Joby printing bags. He's a coder slash graphics design artist slash DJ. I don't really understand the grammatical formatting of his fucking bio. He has coder space forward slash space graphic design artist no space forward slash then space degen. Dog, you're a coder and you consider this is this good coding? Is this how we code? Oh, come back, 30. All right. So how would I do it? It would probably be just coder forward slash graphic design artist forward slash DJ, or I would have a coder space forward slash space graphic design artist space forward slash space DJ. I know he just left, but I was able to say that correctly. I know I did. He took that bio shit to heart. He's like, here Rabbi is trying to change my whole biography. I've lived my whole life this one way as a coder, space forward slash space graphic design artist forward slash space DJ. And Rabbi wants to change me to perhaps coder forward slash crypto or graphic design artist forward slash DJ, or I want to change him to coder space forward slash space graphic design artist space forward slash space DJ. I won't make this joke anymore. It's too much. Exactly. Very funny. That's absolutely dash. Damn. Dude, he keeps a dash in there for the Kardashian. It's an ode to them. It's a little shout out. What was she like? Did you get to shake her hand? Damn, you touched her. Look at you. That's what I've heard. Neil freaking Diamond Hands. What did you do with Joe? Don't say that. Yo, dog, do you guys know who Real Schiller X is?
Don't do that. Ask Munch, I have a request. Do you see the account Rabbi Rothschild 1? Can you make that account able to start a VC? Neil freaking Diamond Hands. Wow. Is your friend who's a sound person? Does she have? Oh, there you go. All right. Hey. Are you in LA? Hi. What part of the city? Oh, great. Yeah, definitely. Very cool. Very, very hip. Irvine. So what did you do with Joe? I know, Joe's in Fullerton, dog. Yeah, he's in F-Town. I love Fullerton. I've lived in Fullerton. Fullerton's great. Yep. Disneyland is just south of it. You can take Harbor Boulevard to Disneyland. Tight. Are you going to Disneyland? Are you doing the whole Star Wars thing? Not right, the area. Okay, I can live with that. Hold on a second. Indiana Jones is at Universal, isn't it? Hold on a second. What is there Indiana Jones at Disneyland? Yeah, exactly, but that's at Universal Studios. Yeah. So Indiana Jones Adventure is at Disneyland, and then I think there used to be an Indiana Jones at Universal Studios. Exactly what Asmunch is saying, because they had a big ball that would chase after him. Exactly. So I think it was purchased. So Indiana Jones Epic Stunt Spectacular is a live amusement show at Disney's Hollywood Studios at Walt Disney World. Oh, perhaps it is. And it was just at Orlando, Florida. Where did you see it, Asmuch? You saw it in Florida? Yeah, it must have been. All right. I do too. And I guess they do that ride in Florida, but they don't do it in California, Neil? Okay, so I hear the opposite, because the one in California is so small. I might have been to both. There are advantages to both. It's classic, but it's just much smaller. Well, they're expanding it now. They're gonna have it go all the way to Long Beach eventually, down Catella. And I've heard Disney wants to change the name of Catella to Disney Way. Yeah, in fact, I've heard from some people who have like connections to the upper levels of Disney that eventually Disney wants to essentially change all of Sepulveda to Disney Way. So if you're familiar, Jamboree, it turns to basically like Santiago Canyon Drive, which turns to Catella, which turns to Willow, which turns to Sepulveda, which then kind of turns into, well, actually it turns into a part of PCH, then it turns into Sepulveda. You can drive Sepulveda from the northern part of the valley all the way to Newport Beach and never get off the same street. Anyway, Disney really has plans to put a water, have a water, I don't want to say park, but like a water, like they've had this idea, Disney Sea, for a long time, where they put in basically rides in Long Beach, and they buy the Queen Mary and basically have Disneyland travel from Long Beach down Catella to Disneyland. And another thing I've heard, I don't know if this is true or not, but Disney secretly owns Knott's Berry Farm. Yes, and basically they keep Knott's Berry Farm afloat so that they have competition. So that there's always like, oh, we could go to like, the big one, which is Disneyland, or we could go to the like semi-big one, which is Knott's Berry Farm. Whether it's true or not, I'm not exactly sure, but I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, Disney does all kinds of secret stuff. It's how they created Disney World and such. Knott's Berry Farm is the oldest theme park in the United States, and it is. Yeah, it's located on Beach Boulevard, and it is goes back to the beginning of the 1900s. Basically, this guy, the Knott guy, had this land, but also had like, yeah, well, that's his name. I forget the first name, but he bought like a bunch of orchards and like had this hybrid berry that he developed known as the boysenberry. And the boysenberry was developed at Knott's Berry Farm. It's a hybrid berry. Yeah, they have a hybrid. It goes on from now till like April sometime. But basically, it's kind of like a smaller version of Disneyland, and then, yeah, that's true. That's a good point. But it's just not as big. So you're asking how old is Cedar Point? Okay, so there's some questions about what is the first amusement park. Okay, Knott's Berry Farm claims the title of oldest amusement park or oldest theme. They say it's in like Knott's.com. It's an incredible story of hard work and happy accidents that resulted in America's first theme park. So I knew it branded itself as America's first theme park. Now it looks like there's a place called Lake Compounce that is an amusement park in Bristol and Southington, Connecticut that claims that title. Cedar Point claims the second oldest amusement park. So I guess the difference between a theme park and an amusement park, which I guess is kind of like, I don't know. They're different. Amusement park, I think, has more rides, and theme park has different areas. Does that make sense? Real Schiller X, how you doing, baby? Real Schiller X just comes in, just blasts the music. Real Schiller X, how you doing, baby? Hope you're living like a pimp. Excellent. Anyway, Neil Frickin' Diamond Hands, I hope you have a wonderful time at Disneyland in less than 48 hours. Oh, hell yeah. Annual pass. Hey, have you ever been to Club 33? It's not kosher, so I've never tried. Dude, I looked it up. So I was the managing director of. You might have heard of it actually. It was a startup, still a startup in Los Angeles called Mobile Wash. We did a ton of advertising around Los Angeles about 5 years ago. Anyway, it was the first on-demand car wash app that was nationally marketed. So it's basically Uber for a car wash. And we were looking into all of these corporate packages because we were a growing organization. And so we got like Lakers tickets, and so we had like season tickets to the Lakers, and the next year, or maybe perhaps in a couple of years, we were looking at maybe like a box. And another one was the Club 33. So the owner of the business asked me to investigate this and see what we had to do. And as I recall, for individuals, it was $10,000. But actually, Joe might know more about this. Joe, do you know anybody who's a member of Club 33 at Disneyland? There you go. See, I told you to ask. I told you this is the guy to ask. Go ahead.
Jesus, tell us how you really feel. Yeah. Talk about first world problems. All right. Well, there you go. That's more than I can tell you. What I can tell you is on Bald Road. So there are a few roads that kind of border, create the borders of Disneyland. They're Harper, Ball, Catella, and then basically like the 5 freeway. On the other side of the 5 is the Shriners Lodge, and I can tell you that there's some interesting Disney connections to that. And if you
Disneyland actually, like they have that because they donated so much money to the Shriners and let the kids up there. This is a good thing they did. They empty out the park for the kids with cancer to go out and just have their day alone.
That's true.
We read that Disneyland and people if you really look into it.
That's true. But
Like if I could have money from this let's spread out the whole park.
dude, I'm totally down for that. Crypto Day, Disneyland.
I want to rent it out because it's fun when you don't have like 30 families around you. But even though Disney hasn't made a good movie in over 10 years, and legitimately made a good movie, that's more like that feeling about a little girl's period. That's the thing. Disneyland holds a special place in my heart. It's a lot topic for me. Because I've lived there so many times. And I spent every New Year's there. And now they've ruined it. They charge $10 for water. And fucking, on 33. They're gonna have fabulous place. They're gonna have, things they needed like a penny. 30 grand a year it is.
Right, I think the initial, just even to sign up to get on the list is 10 grand, and it's like a 30-year list.
Yeah, it's impossible to get on there unless you were there before. And you have to wait around like 10 years or something to get in. It sucks because Club 33 is such a disappointment because when you first go there, you wear nice clothes and everything, you feel like you're going to go into this beautiful place. And it's a buffet. It's a public buffet. Why are they paying 30 grand a year? And we need 10 years to take $10,000 to get on a waiting list that you might be pushed out on if someone more important than the club for a buffet.
Joe, you're absolutely right.
And not even that, you're not giving access to the Bear Club 33 where they have the bar. You're going to have to pay 60 grand or something to get into that.
Dog, I can't believe it. Balls showed up. We were making fun of you, Balls, not because of anything. Hey, baby, how are you? No, here's why we were making fun of you. Hey, how you doing, Balls? I'm glad that you're here. No, you're such a wonderful surprise. We were going through and inviting all the random people in our contacts, and I'm like, what are the odds that Balls is ever going to come in here? And my man, I know, and Asmunch says, he's here pretty often. I'm like, I know, but it's like pretty late, randomly just sending him an invite and wonder if he'll come. And then you showed up. Welcome, Balls. We're so happy you're here. Oh, tight. What Soprano season? What episode? Help me. Dude, I did that within the last year, and I'm very happy that I did. It's a very good show. And, it's one of those things that is just so often referenced in society that it's like, I have to watch this one of these days. I think it holds up really well. Yeah, and I'm well, thank God. I would say as well, while watching it, it was interesting to me. It's like an interesting time capsule of a weird time in society. This is one of the interesting shows that actually was started before 9/11 and then was taping during it. So you see what life was like pre 9/11 in the United States just a little bit, and then
kind of how, some things changed. And without, going too much into it, I just, after seeing it, I've only seen it one time through, but it's like one of those things that I can see almost having spin-offs definitely in the future.
Yo, dog. Hey, Balls, do you know that I stream my life 24/7, 365 on YouTube? I've been doing so now for more than 3 years. It's the biggest event in global history. But I'm always on YouTube. That's the big one. Now, we do. Dog, I'm on a whole hell of a lot. Let me just read to you on what I'm live, just so that you learn something, because I bet you've never heard of most of these fucking social media platforms. So, exactly. And here's the thing that's really interesting about them. I'm reading these to you, and maybe it'll sink in, maybe it won't, but chances are one of these is going to be really big someday. And so I have TikTok Live, of course, you know that one. I also have, just one moment, we've got 5 YouTube channels streaming live at once right now, 5 Rumble channels streaming live at once. Now, when it comes to Twitch, it depends how you define it. I have 5 different channels going now. And by the way, I can expand all this to 11 different devices. I choose to have 5 because when I start to get into that 11 zone, people can't hear me well. It really wears on my bandwidth. But when it comes to Twitch, I'm live in, ask these guys. I always have multiple cameras going, but I'm live in like 16 different Twitch, Telegrams. Now, how am I live in so many? I'm live in Bitcoin Ask Vision with 2. I'm live in Apollo's Crypto Degen Lounge. And then each one of the ones that's connected to my Chromebooks has its own channel. So that adds another 5. So that's 8. And then on top of that, each one of those 5 has an account associated with it in addition to and I'm also showing screen, so I can get another 5 from there. That's 13, and then I have another 5 that can be shown when I turn on the cameras. Go ahead. Kind of. I just started to, and it's another platform. I'll tell you about this platform next. It's called Senko.tv, and if you're not familiar with it, that's fine. I wasn't either. But basically, it is just like YouTube, except if you like the person, you can give them cryptocurrency. And the thing is, it has a system that basically you have to boost yourself with your own cryptocurrency. But if you spend your own cryptocurrency on yourself, you get 98% of it back.
Now, the reason why they do this is because, streaming costs are pretty high, but like I have enough Ethereum that people have given me. And Yo-Yo is one of the people in the community, and he's the one who told me, oh, Gustav's here. Dude, hey, Gustav, what's going on, baby? Hey, okay, is off in my voice chat? Oh, yeah, I'm not focused on that one right now.
Since yesterday night I was speaking to you,
Oh,
saying
hold on, that could be, wait,
how my internet speed is dog shit. It sounds only 60 megabytes. There's something, someone hacked my shit or something. I don't know what's happening.
dude, I don't think anybody hacked your shit. You just have to look at it more consistently. Try it again, and if it happens again at 60, then that's more evidence for it. I'm not saying that's not what it could be, but also check all of your tabs. If you want to really be accurate in doing this, you shouldn't be in a Telegram doing it live. But I understand you want to be.
No, I'm not on my computer. I'm on my phone and it's not connected to Wi-Fi. It's connected to my data.
Oh, well, your data is less than your Wi-Fi. Duh.
No, wait, no. Not connected to each other, dude.
No, I understand that. Your Wi-Fi download speed is 365 megabytes or something like that, and your phone download speed is 60 megabytes or something like that. Do I
No,
understand?
I'm looking on my computer and it dropped down to 60 with nothing open.
Oh, okay, now I understand. You're on your Telegram on your phone. Okay, you got to ask your mom. Hey, are you watching Netflix or something?
No, she doesn't. She doesn't have, we don't work for, we don't have Netflix. We have like,
Dog, she was just uploading to iCloud, and that caused all our issues. So she's pretty technologically advanced.
the auto upload that that's not even connected to the internet anymore because I literally reset the router to the point where I have to set up the whole modem again.
Okay. So here's what we could do. You're at 60 megabytes per second. Did that restart of your modem, could it have perhaps changed the configuration that caused it to lower its download speed?
No, it was at 300 whatever.
Exactly. No, I know. It was like 360. It was excellent. Like it's residential download speed I had ever seen.
It's not going anymore. I think that somebody is fucking with me.
I don't think so. Don't think that. There has to be a more logical reason than that.
No, I mean, I didn't bother the FBI before, and then now I messaged them asking for help. Now I'm worried about that.
Okay, well, if they wanted you, they will find you, and I'm sure they don't need 300 megabytes of your data to be able to follow you if they wanted. So,
No, it was like the number one thing is like your battery on your phone gets sucked, and then your data on your home Wi-Fi gets like depleted to shit.
okay, Joe, it's just one of those things. I don't think we need to jump to that conclusion at this point. I think it probably just had something to do with your connection. But it could have to do with your ISP too.
Right now it's at 15.
Okay, your ISP there's a much higher chance your ISP is throttling you than the FBI is throttling you. Let's be honest. There's like maybe 100 times higher chance that the your ISP is throttling you than the FBI. But I understand, you never know. So let's figure this one out. Right now, have you closed all of your browsers? Okay, and if you look in the little task manager, you don't have any kind of like unknown software running, correct? Control Alt delete it. Let's just check to make sure.
We just ran into a problem. Your computer needs to restart. Well, maybe it is virus on my computer.
I
Like when I got off, even my password was set up differently. It says to enter this key before you enter your password.
let's not jump to that conclusion yet. Let's just restart your computer, run the test again, and see what happens.
I'm going to set it up on my big computer because I need to finish the code. I need to make sure the code I already made is safe.
It will take you 3 minutes to restart this computer, and we'll have an answer.
Try again. You entered it in the correct bit several times. That could be my cat on my keyboard or it could be something else.
Okay, just restart the computer.
I did. That's what it says.
Oh, it already restarted that quickly?
Yeah. They're good computers.
Wow, very fast. Okay,
I'm very computer knowledgeable, and if I can't figure it out, then it's odd. But it's good to have a second opinion.
Most certainly. So put the pin in that you always put in from Microsoft. Okay, so you're in? Okay, good. Now, hold on. Nord could be causing the issue. I'm not saying it is, but it could be. Next, go to the next. What else is there? Hold on. Microsoft Teams could be causing the issue. So make sure that is closed. Microsoft Edge could be causing the issue. All of these have background updates, I'm sure you know, that can distort your readings on a download test or a speed test. So we had Edge, Teams, Nord. Make sure all of those are closed.
I think they're hiding something inside whoever runs the virus on my computer.
Well,
I don't really have any
if they do, let's be honest, if they do, I want that virus. You had a 365 megabyte download speed an hour ago. That's incredibly fast. So if you do have a virus, we all want it. It's an excellent one to have. We're going to figure it out. Okay, so is everything closed? We have Edge closed. We have Teams closed. We have... No. Okay, so what is that? That's like a system, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why my fucking memory being sucked out. It was straight starting computer like 30%.
Could be initial processes. Oh, hey, did you check at your startup menu and see what automatically is starting up with your computer and shut off anything that you don't want, like Teams and some other things? You know how to do that? It's Control-Alt-Delete, and then there's a tab. If you go Control-Alt-Delete and look at it depends on your system, but you go to Task Manager, and then there's Processes, Performance, App History, Startup. It's the fourth tab. If you go to the fourth tab, it will tell you everything that's enabled and disabled when you start up your PC. And it sounds like you've got a bunch of stuff, bloatware basically, that you've got starting up unnecessarily. 3 of them being Edge, Teams, and NordVPN. I mean, I understand needing a VPN. They're critical, but you shouldn't need it unless you need it at a certain time, or you're going to be covered all the time. But then that's going to cause some issues with your connectivity. When it comes to Teams, Teams is one of those tricky apps that can use up a huge amount of data in the background and also can slow down your system in a major way. And then finally, Edge, particularly now, is becoming more and more enhanced with AI and upgrades and updates, and it could be downloading those in the background as well. I'm not guaranteeing it. Okay, so you've closed them all. Run the speed test now. Just open up Google, type into Google speed test, and do the first one, because we've got an excellent reading on that. It was 365 download and like 2 upload. No, they understand. This is important. This is important. You sound really good on your phone. That's a good thing.
months. Just come with no fire, fuck you, son of a. This is like watching a crypto chart. It's only at 150 megabytes now. What the fuck? It's the same router, same password, same fucking settings. I don't fucking understand.
Okay, well, it's much better than it was. I don't think you're being hacked.
It's only half the speed, dude.
Yeah, but you could have had an outlier reading the first time where it was going incredibly fast, and maybe it averages about 150, and then maybe it's on the low side 60.
I did that test 20 times, dude. Like, or 10, realistically 10 times. It came up the same speed every time. It's actually that speed. That's what I paid for. I paid for faster internet.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you this. If it were the download that were the issue, that would be one thing. It's the upload that's the issue. What's your upload speed at?
0.
No, it's not at 0. What is it at?
0.
Completely 0? No, it's at completely 0. Okay, so then that's going to tell us. That's going to tell us some things. Firstly, you're being throttled, or secondly, you got to talk to your mom or check out the iCloud thing again.
It doesn't even have this network attached to it. Only this computer does.
How about her phone?
Nothing.
Is anyone else in the house?
No.
Do you have any smart TVs connected to the router?
No. Like I said, I just formatted the fucking modem and I restarted it and it was working fine. Then I started this when I put it in the computer.
Okay, well, let's try your computer. So what I'd like you to do is just go on and go into Telegram and talk to us and let's hear how it sounds. I know it says it's 0, but it technically probably isn't 0 because it was able to send the call to be able to get that download rate. So it did do the speed test. So perhaps it just wasn't running it correctly, but let's check it out.
Now it's back up to 200.
200 download?
Nothing's sucking up that speed.
Oh, it's probably this Telegram. And the thing is, of course it is. Wait, no, it isn't because you're on data. Are you sure you're on data and you have it all connected to Wi-Fi? Are you? Hey, hold on. I just want to confirm. Your Samsung device is not connected to Wi-Fi right now. Wait. I understand that, but there's an easy mistake that could be made where you have both of the services on data and Wi-Fi. And I'm just confirming that's not the case. You have Wi-Fi off, correct? No. You said it. I believe you. Okay. I'm looking. Wi-Fi. Do you see it? Oh, perfect. That's exactly right. Okay, so then that's not affecting it. However, does your mom have a cell phone?
It's off. Trust me, I know what I'm doing with it. I do. I have formatted and installed Windows. I have made the Wi-Fi router. I've done everything, dude.
I'm just saying there are other devices that are connected to this router in your home.
No, they're not because I rebooted the router. It's a brand new networking IP.
Okay, then that's an excellent way to be able to understand what could be affecting it. So the only thing really connected to your router at this point is that computer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then let's run a different speed test. There are other speed tests. Have you run the Ookla speed test, OOKLA?
Spell it again, slowly.
Sure, it's OOKLA. Okay, try another one. Speed test, and we'll try 3 or 4 of them, and let's just see if they are somewhat consistent.
You know what's funny is that it's only when it's going up to the speed test because everything else seems fine. I go through the router settings and it seems okay. Like, here. conversations. I like to look at this.
All right, well, if you need assistance, we're here for you. Gustav, the man, the myth, the legend. I'll figure out my sound. How are you doing? How is your day going? Gustav might have fallen back asleep on us. I get that. Balls, we are so happy that you're here. Scale 1 to 10, it's an 11. Balls, have you ever seen Spinal Tap? This is Spinal Tap. I think we put Balls and Gustav asleep, Joe.
I know, that's why I felt bad, because I didn't mean to take up the whole conversation.
Who's that? Can you hear us?
He has no fucking clue. There you go. I like it. Hey, you are, man. And we appreciate it. There you go, dog. All right. Balls, are you here? Gustav, are you here? What is his morning routine, Joe? No, you have to. No, it's not in a river. It's not a river. It's really nice. He's got a bidet. Wow, that cat sounds like it's speaking to you. Sounded like it said, yeah. I got you, dog. Ask much. Where were you, baby? Yeah, we're not talking about that. No, we're talking about troubleshooting Joe be printing bags' router. You were in New York? Wow. Dog, ask one. So, tell us about it.
That's my earliest memory of life, because then after that, everybody was fucking, you know.
So you don't remember pre 9/11 USA?
I don't remember pre 9/11. That's my first memory. I remember cigarettes were cheap. Cigarettes were pretty cheap, probably. I don't know. I was too young to smoke. I was inundated with smoke alcohol. Socket air during the marble and everything on the connection. So, marble.
Told you, dude.
They got hit by a plane. I think it's not here.
I said that too.
Because I have again, and sometimes it's planes.
Dude, ass munch. That's what I said. I said when Balls came in, I was like, no fucking way. I thought you were in here for that though. I made a huge deal out of it. I was like, dude, we were going through inviting everyone in our contacts list, and I was like, there's no way Balls is gonna come in. And asked him, she's like, actually, Balls is in here pretty often. I'm like, yeah, but what are the odds? It's like really, it's pretty late. I wonder if Balls is gonna, join this. And then they did. Yeah, and Gustav. Gustav, hold on, Gustav. Gustav, can you hear me? Gustav, can you hear me? Okay, so I wanted you to see something. When you go to the chat in here, they have an image generator. So it can create anything you want. Beautiful woman with German short-haired pointer. I mean, not sexual. They won't show it sexually. They'll show something sexually, but not that. Yeah, it will do that. Oh, wow. Yeah, but look at above it. It's a woman with a German short-haired pointer. It does. It looks like a German short-haired pointer. Hey, Gustav. Gustav, what kind of BMW did you have? 19 what? Thank you. E30, 19 black. Yeah, sure. Dog, look at the car. That looks like your car. Dude. Oh, what a cutie. What a cute dog. I'm trying to like it. I love it. You're right. I mean, that's exactly what Gustav's 1989 BMW E30 looks like. Gustav, I want you to create an image, dog. All right, calm down, dog. Gustav, I want you to create an image. So you do / image, and then whatever you want. Man named Gustav on a yacht. Dog, no need to jump to conclusions. Gustav, do you see this? So I want you to generate an image. There you go. Perfect. Gustav riding on a big chicken. Gustav beat DJ. Hell yeah, there's Gustav on a chicken. Hell yeah, you're on fire, baby. Look at that shit. Dog, we have Elon's son in here. Elon's son, how you living, baby? Welcome, Elon's son. I'm glad you're here. Thanks. I know you're not talking to me. Thanks, baby. Let me see yours. Why do you have a Pepe? Oh, Bitcoin S Vision. I get it. But it actually says buy Tcoin AV. Do you see how there's like too much of a space between the I and the T? You did that on purpose, didn't you? Why? Oh, you didn't? Oh, you're right. It's not. And that's AI. That's very good for AI because it sucks with words. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it usually doesn't even make real words. It makes some fake language. Yo, dog. Gustav, I have something new for you every fucking day. One day he comes in, we're watching Joe Rogan. Another day he comes in, we're in a different Telegram with image bots. Another day he comes in, we have like 15 people in there. You never know what you're going to get with your old favorite rabbi here. I know. I can't tell you that it's going to be really fun. I agree, they were very good. If you don't know what they were like on basically like some really tough topics like what do you call these people? Wait, where did they? There's like pedophiles basically, but hold on, maybe that's changing in society. What are they? Minor attracted persons. That's it. Right. I one time saw a justification for minor attracted persons, and I understood it. I personally, and I know this is, I have a much more, like, I would say a much different take on how society should be run. I feel that our frontal cortex does not finish maturing, and that means our brain is still developing up until age 26. So it is my belief that I feel the age of consent should be at age 26 when your brain is fully developed. But I don't win on that. I think eventually the age of consent will be lowered. That's what all this minor attractive person discussion is. And the idea is that there are different levels of this. I read about this. This is not an interest of mine. But there are different names for them. I don't want to look them up right now. But basically like, well, now that I'm bringing it up, I guess I should.
The names of them are like, no. It would mean that you would have to be 26 years old to sign a contract or do anything like legally binding. Wait, no, that's different. What I'm saying is that I would change the age of consent to an older age so that your brain had to finish molding, basically finish growing until you could make a decision as an adult. But that's not going to win out. I see society moving towards lowering the age of consent. And in the scenario that you gave, I would say that you had to be 26 before you would be in any type of relationship where you would have to consent because your brain hasn't stopped developing. That's not, I get it. It's not a beautiful, that's not a beautiful society. People want to lower the age of consent. And so there are these terms of age, minor attracted persons, but then there's like different age groups. Age groups. It's like there are different words. Okay, here they are. Okay, these are the words. Like I'd never heard of these words, but okay. There's this word called ephebophilia. Ephebophilia. Ephebophilia is the primary sexual interest in mid to late adolescents, generally ages 15 to 19. It's originally used in the late 19th to 20th century. It is one of the number of sexual preferences across age groups subsumed under the technical term chronophilia. So without getting into all of those different discussions, they're changing what it is in society, and I could see that some of these laws could change someday. So watch out. And Gustav and I were watching a guy. 7-year-olds and people who like identify as 7-year-old girls who are really 56-year-old men, and we have to take this seriously. They also talk about a world. Exactly. This is a guy too who has a federal court case against him because he didn't call someone by their requested pronouns, which were zer and zem or some shit like that. Like it was z. Wait, and so here's the thing. This is setting a huge precedent because it's like, well, we had the discussion earlier about dead naming and about somebody who perhaps had a change and you're like supposed to respect what they want to be called. And we all kind of came to the same conclusion that it's only right to basically call someone what they want to be called if you want to get along with them. It's probably the best way to take it. But then this opens up another discussion when that person wants you to call them by certain pronouns, and then it becomes much more difficult than a name. A single name is difficult, but not impossible to overcome. Pronouns, there's a very good chance you're going to mess up the pronoun at some point in your life, and hopefully that person will not take offense to it. But in the precedent that they're setting, if you call them by the wrong pronoun, they can take you to court. A federal case is now undergoing against someone on this issue.
Honestly, if you want to be called like a doggy punch, I'll call you dog. But for the next time, I'm gonna say, hey, you're a doggy, and instead of like say doggy punch, you're trying to get me out, I'll fucking shoot you with your cats.
So I understand what you're saying, Joe, and that, while a little extreme, I probably would say it's the thought of many people. To who's that point? It is a lot, and the way that the people who are pushing this movement want it to be established, and it probably is the way that it will be established, is through the email signature. And when I say the email signature, I mean that thing in your email, of course, that says what your position is and the address and all of that. Well, there is a push to standardize it so that even for obvious cases where people want to be known as he, she, or whatever, you're supposed to put that. And in doing so, you're establishing a precedent that this is how society will go. You should call me by these pronouns. It's
Free speech, that's person benefit. If we want to actively fuck up or essentially call someone that's trying to be a woman and she has a dick and I call her and then I get sued or fined, fuck you, that's my free speech. If I fuck up or try to be a dick, I can be a dick because that's my free speech.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't fly in court, dog.
Why is it outside of blue states? If you go to Texas and someone trying to try and they would laugh at you. If you're in California, they're not even trying to try you. Massachusetts, it's $10,000 fine.
There you go, dog.
That is called a dictatorship, but I'd say no. I know it's so sad because we don't have our internet working and we cannot properly communicate with our friends.
Yo, dog, have you tried to use your computer yet with Telegram?
I tried to use the big one, and the big one isn't working either. I tried to reboot from the big one, and it's not working.
Why not?
If I knew, I would tell you.
Dog, I loved it. You guys don't even know. Gustav fell asleep. Who's that fell asleep? Balls didn't know what the fuck was going on. Elon's son was not yet here. We put everyone to sleep with our troubleshooting. And here's the funny thing about who's that. We were saying to who's that, hey, who's that? Pick up. We're talking to you, and he didn't pick up because he's not used to answering to that. You're not used to answering to that name, and so we said it a whole bunch, and you're like, you were dead silent. And then he said your name, and then you answered right away. Dog, yeah, like sleeping, which is totally understandable. No. Well, then you need to go start doing it, baby. Oh, an online delivery kebab shop. Oh. Who's going to run your social media? The SEO and FMM? Okay. Let me know. I did, I can show you, I did someone in this community very recently, and they've already got huge results. Here's what we did. And Armenian lessons. Well, I understand. So here's how we would do it, or you would probably learn Armenian to do it. But what we did, and what I encourage you to do, if you're starting a new business with any social media, is once you get your name, check it out on, there are some websites that, like Name Checker is one of them, so that you can see what social medias are available, and then you get all the social medias on the top 20 social medias, and you build it out, and you start making people aware of it, and your SEO will grow organically as you start to grow your business. But you want to get that established in the beginning. And that's how you do it, and it's all free. You can do all that for free. So what's the name of your? Well, and here's the other thing. So then what you do is you get some boilerplate text. Boilerplate text, if you're not aware, is like just general text about your business or your project or whatever. And we run that through ChatGPT in the Armenian way. And then we have you read it, whether it's accurate or not. And then we just use that everywhere. So whatever person's doing this doesn't necessarily need to know Armenian. They just need to know the name of your company and its text and put that in the right spots. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so what's the name of your business going to be, Gustav? What does that mean? Okay.
Like shawarma,
Sharma. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
At the beginning of Isa shawarma, like I like the Egyptian culture,
Yeah.
but now I'm split my decision in interest.
Okay. Mm, Well, so here's the thing. I'm a big thinker. I'm a big thinker. And I'm like, man, if he does this correctly, this is going to take off and it's going to be much bigger than Armenia. Why does he keep it to Armenian? Well, I guess you have to, like, everyone there is going to be, like, well, I guess when it comes to your social media, that has to be in English, like in English letters, doesn't it? Okay. Okay. So let me ask you that. That's what I'm going for. So like a Russian, will they know what that means? What you just said? Oh, they'll know that word? Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay, so then, right, it's like yum in English, right? Yes. It, I gotcha. So this is perfect. Okay. Now shawarma, are you gonna serve anything else? Okay. Lamb. Wow. So is that a pig? That's gonna be huge. That's gonna be huge. Pizza, anything's huge. Do you do you have tzatziki sauce? I know that's Greek, but you were saying you were getting the spices. Yeah, that sounds very good. Bratwurst? Right. Okay, what are Belgian fries? All right. All right. Can I ask if I'm just wondering, is there any way you can do really curly fries? Curly fry is like a twisted fry. It's not like a straight fry. It's like exactly. Well, here's why. People like you if you get known for your fry in addition to your pizza, like they will come from all over. So I'm just thinking of the different kind of fries that I've seen. You got your straight fries, you've got your waffle fries, you've got like curly fries, and I know people like curly fries a lot. There you go. There you go. They're very popular. and you can sell them and not like you don't have like how do I want to say it? You can they take up a lot of space, but and you can sell them for a lot more than normal fries. Yeah, and so they make this machine. Now, it's just like a potato peeler, which is all I think that you would use. And so it's not very hard to make them. It's exactly what Joby Printing Bag said. It's just like you put the potato on a wheel and then it spins and makes a really long fry. They also make this thing. I've seen this at like carnivals. Maybe someone has seen this. I've never had one, but it's like and I'm just thinking of being really efficient. It's like a potato. Um, has anyone seen these things at like a carnival? It's like they put a potato on a peeler and they peel it and it makes like a huge mound. Yeah, exactly. And with Gustav, I mean, I'm just thinking of different things that he could do if he's going to have fries. So he's got the pizza. I think is going to be really a big hit. What kind of pizza dough? What kind of pizza dough are you going to use? Like the bread for the pizza? Okay. All right. What kind of? Okay, so you can get tzatziki sauce on your pizza. Anything else? Can you get barbecue, ranch, ketchup, like anything? I don't know what else you'd have on it. Right. I understand that. All right. And is it your goal to be like, okay, is this like a side project and you're able to make money, or do you have to put your whole life into this project? Okay. And definitely. Okay. So you know how you're gonna do like a skewer or like a kebab? Okay, yeah. So they call this in the United States. Right. Yeah, I just put a picture. I just put a picture of it. It's called a potato tornado. Damn, that's a really good restaurant name or restaurant item. Just calling it the potato tornado. That's why we're here, baby. It's also it goes by different names. Funnel cake is one, and the,
Strawberry puree or something like that. They're very, very, very delicious. They're addictive too. Funnel cake, yes.
yeah, they're also sometimes, and then they're also sometimes. If you don't put all that stuff on it, they're referred to as elephant ears.
It tastes very sweet and like I think that people like need to look more into making funnel cakes because like I think it's be more than just like something I get at the local street vendor or carnival or pretzel. Yeah, it's more it's better. It's crispy. It's thin.
Hold on.
You just eat it with the pork and it's chewy inside and it's delicious.
Hold on.
Oh, I love funnel cakes.
So if you want to do that, you should just go all out American carnival food, which is deep fried Snickers bars and deep fried Twinkies. You're gonna make all of them Armenia fatter than hell. But if you're gonna do it, I mean, here's the thing. Here's why I say this. The the equipment needed to make funnel cakes, if you're gonna make a funnel cake, is all the same equipment. It's just a deep fried batter. So all you need to do is just buy candy bars, and you take the candy bar and you deep fry it, and they're very, very popular here. Oh yeah, that's a fabulous idea. Dude, the calzone is seriously one of my, if not my favorite foods. And I'm telling you right now, I'm just stealing this. I'm running with this. Um, so who's that has a fabulous idea? Gustav, have you ever thought of making the shawarma? Of course, it's going to be a pizza and it's going to be really popular, but you can also offer it as a calzone. All we do to make the pizza a calzone is just fold it over. Exactly. So, and then you can carry it, and you can eat it on the when you walk. Excellent idea. Who's that? One thing, one thing at one thing at a time with him. But in all honesty, this gives you two menu items that are exactly the same, but people will buy them differently. Some people will buy a calzone so that they can eat it while they walk, and then there are other people who will order the pizza to eat with their family. But for you, as someone who's making it, it's exactly the same ingredients, exactly the same. It's just at the end, you just have to flip it. Yeah, that's genius. They're similar. I mean, I think an empanada is sealed a little better. So at your shawarma place, what do you have to drink? What do you have to drink? Oh, hold on. We're gonna go deep into this, okay? If I say I want a cola, what are you gonna bring me? What brand? Okay, so you have to say we're gonna have Coca-Cola products. Okay. Carbonated? Yeah. Ditto. Okay, so you're gonna. Hold on. Let him answer. Oh, sure. So in the United States, Coca-Cola is made with high fructose corn syrup. Though previously, before the mid 80s, it was made with sugar cane. It is made with sugar cane, and you can tell a difference in the taste between the two. Okay, so which one do you have? Do you know? Your Coca-Cola? You mean your Coca-Cola? The Armenian one is? It should be. Okay. So look at the ingredients and it should say sugar cane or granular sugar or something like that. It shouldn't say high fructose corn syrup. All right.
Dog, we could just look it up. Dude. According to Cora, in Russia at least, they use sugarcane. A few years ago, Russia began requiring all GMO foods to be labeled. After labeling, GMO foods quickly lost market share and became an insignificant percent of the food market. Wow, that's really interesting. So basically, oh, all right. So
here's the thing. I could give a shit about what kind of Coke that you're selling. What I really want to get into is are you going to sell cherry Coke? Because no one sells cherry Coke, and I really don't understand this. Oh, dog. See, you could make it a really special thing. That's true. That's true. It's just Coke and grenadine, dog. Exactly. The cherry temple. Okay, no, it's not cherry, it'd be grenadine, which is just like syrup. But no, that's fine. I understand it. Okay, so hold on. Let me see if cherry Coke is available in Armenia.
economic boost by propelling our corn syrup grab because we're the main producers of corn.
All right, so at least it does not seem that cherry Coke is available in Russia or Armenia. It's available in the UK, Ireland, Finland, Germany, France, Hungary, the Czech Republic, the Netherlands, Slovakia, South Africa, South Korea, Bulgaria, Peru, and Uruguay. So you're telling me, Gustav, that you have never had a cherry Coke?
I have, but you don't have it in Armenia.
Oh, okay, so you have one. Okay, so excellent. I don't know why it's not sold more places. I think I know why. Because they don't want to give up Coke's market share, and I think it's very popular. I really do. That's why I almost think they don't want it to be as popular as it is because it takes away from Coke's market share.
Oh, that's crazy. That's some other
Dog. Okay, so
Maraschino? Correct. There's also a syrup called grenadine that is used as well, like what you called it a kitty cocktail. It's also, when made with grenadine, it's known as a sugar temple. Yeah, exactly. Hold on, am I thinking this correctly? That's cherry juice and 7-Up. I'm mistaken. Wait, a kitty cocktail is cherry juice and 7-Up, right? Okay, we're talking a little different. We're talking cherry juice or grenadine and maraschino cherry juice and Coke, which makes a cherry Coke, which is how they used to do it, like in the soda fountain days. And then in 1985, Coca-Cola Company finally came out with it. But apparently, Gustav won't be able to have that. And I was trying to think of, okay, so Gustav, you'll be able to get a Coke, your yogurt drink, Fanta. What Fanta flavors?
dog, we don't know what the fuck original is. No one drinks that shit here in America, okay? Because we won World War II, dog. That's German shit. Okay. So if I understand this correctly, like we can read. No, so here's why. During World War II, here's why. During World War was sold to Germany. But then when we went to war with Germany, you couldn't. So Coca-Cola started its own company known as Fanta, and that's what sold to Germany, so that Coca-Cola could still make money from its German arm and its American arm. And then once the United States won the war, Fanta became a much more European and Asian thing, and Coca-Cola maintained its dominance in the United States. What I can tell you from the Fanta is that they have like these are the flavors that we know. Though I don't know if I've ever had. There's orange, there's purple, there's red, and there's yellow. And I can just tell you that because there's a very popular. Oh, there's a blue. Oh yeah. Blue. Oh no, Fago. Hold on, and then there's Fago, which is different. There's Fanta and yeah. Okay, so is it fruit punch? All right. Well then, so you're gonna have the regular Coca-Cola and the red Fanta and the. Are you gonna have a Diet Coke? Do people drink Diet Coke there?
Okay, so are you gonna have all three? You're gonna have zero sugar? Okay, so basically that, I don't know what it is in Armenia, but at least in the United States, it'd be Coke, Diet Coke, and Coke Zero. Why is that? Why is that? Okay, so at least what it's saying is it has to do with digestion. The diet soda mixture passes quickly through the stomach, putting alcohol into our bloodstream faster. Very cool. I thought you were gonna say whatever you were saying. Go ahead. Fuck you, man. Doug, we're starting the restaurant. Doug, Doug, we were starting a restaurant. We were starting a restaurant. And now you want to run away. Absolutely. I'm going to drink cherry Coke there. I'm going to drink cherry Coke there, and everybody's going to wonder what I'm doing. All right. Well, you take care, Gustav. Bye-bye, my friend. God willing. Joby Printing Bags, how you doing? Yo, dog. Yo. Yo, dog. Here's what you should do. And here's what we all should do. We should go to the Harry Potter Obama Sign 10 Enu chat because I have the ability to perhaps play whatever you want in there, and we can do whatever we want in there. Let's do it. Oh, I want to do that too. Let's do that right now. Yo, dog. I figured the same thing.
Well, you know what, Rabbi, let me tell you something that I have to go try to move my stomach. You know, it looks like I'm the other bathroom.
What do you mean you have to move your stomach?
Trying to use it is terrible. It doesn't really give the antibiotics.
You mean move it? Like have a bowel movement? You mean you have to take you get trouble taking a shit? I'm sure you've tried laxatives. No, it doesn't. Doug, have you ever had colonic? Doug, have you ever had a colonic? Well, then you haven't tried everything. What do you mean? Your fucking router's working pretty well. I think you're being a little hard on it.
If I can't talk to you on Telegram, I feel like I can't do it.
Oh, you're right about that. But let's try it now.
There's firewall, there's VPN,
Yeah.
there's administration, there's
Yeah.
IPv6.
You should.
What's IPv6?
I think that has to do with it's a security protocol. Let me check.
I'm trying to turn on Wi-Fi 6. I don't know if I have Wi-Fi 6 initiated.
IPv6 is an internet layer protocol for packet switch and internet networking, provides end-to-end datagram transmission across multiple IP networks. It is used for identifying local endpoint systems on a computer network and route online traffic while addressing the problem of IPv4 address depletion due to prolonged internet use worldwide.
So it's encryption.
End-to-end.
I should have that in place because that way our data is encrypted when we go scam the scammers. I have 160 megahertz enabled. That's good. My password's very strong. Authentication method WPA2 personal. Should I do no, everything's okay.
No, it's not. You had your VPN coming up.
No, I don't. Look at it.
Is it still running?
I know. And it's doing a great job uploading, isn't it?
Yo, dog, can I show you something?
Sure, buddy.
All right, check this out. Who's that? Can you see this shit? Can you see this?
Yes, I can.
I can drink Yoo-Hoo faster than I think anybody on earth. Watch this. Can I do that pretty quickly? It's something, it's like, I can't do it with other stuff, but there's something about Yoo-Hoo that I can just drink it like water. I mean, honestly, I can't drink water that quickly. It's the weirdest thing. And it's like, I remember Yoo-Hoo's a really interesting food for someone who keeps kosher because it is a product that in the little boxes, it used to be kosher, but in the cans it was not. And only until like maybe 4 years ago, the cans weren't kosher. It's a huge, it's stupid as fuck why it's so specific, but packaged and some of the cleaning materials that may be there and just really the overall facility. But now that it's all streamlined, I can fucking pound like 6 of those things that quickly, faster than water. Oh, you like Yoo-Hoo? Really? Right.
I'm surprised they don't have Yoo-hoo. I'm I'm surprised they don't have Yoo-hoo available in fountain drinks because it is just water and syrup, just like Coke and Seven Up and Sprite and all
It's
that
not
shit.
carbonated, is it?
No,
Oh. It's part of the double shit. It's just all like chocolate milk kind of substitute. Yeah, it's not gonna be carbonated. But oh, by the way, fucking Gustav has to have like a kosher meal there that we can eat when we fly to try his restaurant after the Medbot. I made it into a cute learning Medbot, which is apparently stronger.
all right, well that's good. Excellent. Okay, so let's try out your fucking computer and It's Always Sunny.
Okay. That's some brand new works. You know what sucks? I actually had something that was $200 up on, and I've been holding for like over 2 weeks. Now it's down to 29 mil. Should I be worried if I sell, I'll just be taking a huge, huge loss, and I won't be able to recover.
Huh? What did you just say?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at all the porn.
No, not that. It was like 26 million something.
No, I invested 2 weeks, like 2.
Elle, how you living, Pimp? Dog, Joe, you didn't even welcome Elle. Elle, how are you living, Pimp?
I didn't see him here. It wasn't like my screen.
That's okay. Who's that made us aware that Elle was here? Elle, how you living, Pimp?
I know. I'm doing alright.
No, are you kicking ass and taking names? That's a question that we have posed to you.
So I'm kicking ass. I'm an ass kicker.
Dog, are you taking names?
What does that mean?
It's a great question. I looked this up one time. And basically it was a saying that meant that if you were gonna kick someone's ass, or you were gonna take their name for later and find them and kick their ass.
And I'm like a psychopathic snake, and if you upset me, it'll just remain in my brain for one day. But I'm in the street. I'm just doing this.
All right, so we're gonna look this up. English language and usage. Is an idiom or offshoot of an older idiom? I love idioms. Okay, here we go. I believe the phrase kicking ass and taking names also has military origin. It comes from the act of subduing enemies and identifying them. Oh, okay. After capture, military forces collect name, rank, and service number. Okay, so that makes more sense. So basically, you whoop a motherfucker's ass and then you take his name afterward and find out all his military stuff. Well, is that it? It comes from the act of subduing enemies. So I think it can be that, yeah, killing them. It can also just mean I don't know, when I hear subduing, I think killing, but it could also mean just like taking them prisoner of war. Exactly. All right.
Recently about it's like a riot, tear gas, and drones for that thing, that type of stuff. Useful. And sonic weapons and Chinese electromagnetic weapons. All that stuff is fascinating to me. Sorry.
Dog, have you ever read the Wikipedia page on it? It's fucking the dues and shit, the direct energy weapons. It's just absolutely fascinating. This whole world of weaponry. That's what did you say, Joe? Oh, Joe, you're doing the thing again. Are you on your computer now? No. Dude, I bet you Joe's on his computer now. Joe, talk to us. Yep. Dog, you got your mom uploading her OnlyFans. Yo, dog, just go to any of your local protests, and you'll be able to get situated with them. Uh, Joe be printing bags. Here's the hilarious thing: is you're all pissed off, but we can't even tell what you're saying because of your bandwidth. I know you're pissed. Let's help you. What's going on, dog? Joe be printing bags. You have beautiful hair. Thanks, baby. We're sexual beasts. What can I say? Joe be printing bags. Can you hear us? Right. We no, we don't think so. We figured it out. He had somebody else who was uploading to the iCloud, and that slowed him down. But now we're not exactly sure what it is. That's what I said. Give him some shit. But it is kind of crazy that his mom's iCloud was taking up like 50 megabytes or something big. It was a lot. Joey printing bags, can you hear us? Yes, you can. Okay. So are you on your computer now? Okay, cool. You get 10 megabyte upload speed? Weird. If you have 10 megabyte upload speed, this issue should not be occurring. For just another 3 minutes. Yo, he typed something or something. Oh yeah, he did. Oh no. It's no. Oh dude, look at it. Look at it. It says he's got 12.4 megabytes per second download, 0.07 megabytes upload, and it says your internet speed is fine. That is not fine, especially when he pays so much for better internet. Well, here's the thing. Something's wrong with it. It should not be acting this way. I know I'm stating the obvious, but we gotta figure this one out. Joby printing bags. Is that a TV behind you? Or a computer? What, 2 weeks? I think I met him in Bitcoin Ask Vision. So the way I met him was, I think Apollo was, he would go randomly into Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email. And this one day he and I got to talking and he had an idea for an NFT and I gave him some feedback on it. And then I didn't hear from him for like 4 months or something. Then he came back in and was like, hey, I'm going to buy you pizza today. And I was like, huh? He's like, I'm going to come buy you pizza. And we met, we had pizza in the park and it was really nice. And then we ended up, he ended up inviting me into his Telegram. And then I think that's how I met Ass Munch, was
through that mutual connectivity. Wait, I haven't met Joe. I've met Apollo in real life. Apollo's a truck driver, but he lives in California. He, but he drove down to come see me, and it was really wonderful. It was one of the highlights of my year. It was really nice. Yeah, a little, but not huge. He's really in his own. If you've ever been in it, it's called the Crypto Degen Lounge. So I'm actually streaming in it right now. I've been streaming in it for like 2 or 3 weeks now, and it's just whenever anybody goes in there, I say hi to them. And then I've also been streaming in Bitcoin Ask Vision. Hey. I don't know if anybody else can hear him. Yeah, he's showing us, okay, he's showing us the thing on the TV. I can see it says 7.34 megabytes per second download, and it's like 0.07 megabytes upload. I see that. I see it. All right, so something has gone wrong. I know, I see that. I see the speed test, dog. Hey, Joby Print and Bags, is there any way you can talk to us on your phone with your data and we can walk through this? But that way we can talk with you and hopefully you won't get so frustrated too. I mean, I completely understand how frustrating this is. I feel for you, and I honestly am like, this is what I've been dealing with for 3 fucking years, so I completely understand it. And now I see what it's like for someone else who's like, I can't hear you. Your internet is, something's wrong with it or whatever. It makes sense to me now. Joby Print Bags, get on your phone and let's talk this out. That's what we were saying. Do you have a firewall that may be causing this issue? That's true. I've read, well, I don't know how accurate this is, but that most of the world's viruses are created by the antivirus companies. It's like a modern day mafia. Joby Print Bags, can you hear me? If you can, get on your phone if you can and talk to us on your data. He's kind of just frozen for me at this point. He looks cool. He's L. Years. Oh yeah. No, I do. I watch it much more often now. Much more regularly. I went like 2 years without bathing. Hold on, let me say this. I went 2 years without washing my hair. Now, my hair is different now. It's shorter, but I had this huge afro that got too big that I just had to like put it in a ponytail. And it is, but that's actually a hat that I'm wearing in my California license. Most people don't, like you have to have a special request to wear a hat. And I didn't know any other
black hat rabbi who wore their hat in their picture. I think I'm the first one.
Here's the deal. I thought about the guy on what percent. I'm going to talk to you 10 minutes, and then we can try something again. If not, I can just jump off a cliff.
No. Let's not talk like that. Joby Print Bags. Why don't you just plug in your cell phone so you can continue to talk to us as long as you want? Wait, you need a phone charger? Yeah, exactly. Just make sure your phone is plugged in. And if you need to turn down the screen brightness and turn on the enhanced battery saver mode, everything that you need to get this bad boy charged. No, it's just my black fedora. No, it's not a baseball cap. It's just a black fedora that you see rabbis wear. And yeah, so I got some props in my community for doing that, and quite a few colleagues who I don't know if they've done it. I know a couple have done it since, but the big one is we wear a kippah, perhaps in the picture. Though I know some people who, when they say you can't wear a hat, they don't think you can even wear that. But at least in the state of California, a provision was made that you could wear a head covering, so long as it didn't cover your face. And not a lot of people know about it, so I did that a few years ago. Anyway, my hair was really, really long. And here's why. Okay, do you know who Kenny G is? The saxophone, yeah, or is it saxophone or clarinet? Is he saxophone? Okay, so he has really nice long hair, and I read one time that he said he doesn't wash his hair, or maybe he said he only washes his hair every 2 weeks or something. But then I read about some chicks who were really pretty hair, but they were like, we never wash it, or we only spritz it or something like that. Exactly. And so I started to learn about this, and I thought, okay, well, I'll shower, but I'm gonna make it so I'm not gonna wash my hair for some period of time and see what happens. And yeah, I would say all of that happened, but it didn't get dandruff, or it didn't get lice or anything. It just literally just was held together the entire time. But yeah, so when I say I didn't bathe for 2 years, I mean I didn't wash my hair for 2 years. And was it exactly 2 years? No. And I'm sure my hair got a little wet at points because I did shower. But really, you got to think, I do go outside and I do travel and I'm in cars and things. But if you don't go that many places, you don't get that dirty. So I can go a couple of days without bathing, no issue. And I've gotten to the point where the community has, they get behind it, how long it's been since I've showered. But I'm much cleaner now, I would say, than I was at other points of this. I know you all care about my bathing habits. Elle, I have a question for you. Where's your friend Marcus Wentz? Where in the fuck is your friend Marcus Wentz? Something weird happened with him. You ready for this? Hold on a second. What did he do? He did some. Oh, Harry Potter Vamasada Tenino. I was looking at the chat, and I see, welcome Marcus Wentz. So he must have left it for some reason, for either on purpose or accidentally, because I saw him rejoin earlier today.
Was he mad at us or something? Oh, okay. He's a big fan. Did you go to East Denver? I gotcha. All right. That's happening about Senko.tv. Where is Joe Blueprinting Bags? What's he doing? I don't understand this. Hold on. Was I here this entire time and he just said this and I missed it? I think no, I haven't gone anywhere. Okay, I must have just didn't hear that or didn't realize he said it. Why doesn't he just plug it in and listen to it by the wall? I could be more specific here. Why doesn't he charge his phone by the port that is near the wall outlet, like what Elle was saying? He didn't elaborate. That was a very good question you raised. It was like, dog, why don't you just do what everyone else does and talk to someone while it's charging? Is that not what you would do? I think he does too. But is that not what you would do? If I were like, hey, let's talk on the phone, and I go, I have a battery of 1%. I'd be like, okay, plug it in and let's talk. Unless your phone is kind of fucked up and it is using more battery than it can charge, which can happen with a bad battery. Unless that's the case, you should be fine. Oh, dog, he can figure this one out. We just saw, what did he have? He had his ketamine table. Just needs to put it down by the ketamine table. I was asked this question. Didn't you ask? Were you the one who asked me this last week? Yeah, I think you did. No, it's like the one drug I wanted to do, but it was never legal in a place where I was. Well, I want to know what the fuck happened to Joe. I tell you what, and I will tell this to Joe when I see him. He jumps to too many conclusions, and you just need to take things one step at a time. I don't think his internet is slow because the FBI's on him, and if they were, then they're doing a hell of a job at improving his data speed to be like 300 megabytes per second, because that's pretty good. But yeah, I just don't think, like, I want him to calm down. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I just don't agree with
what is this word I'm trying to, like, this renegade hacking. So whenever he talks about that, I'm like, okay, well, here's the thing. I'm going to be able to talk him out of this very easily, so I'm not too worried about it. I'm going to tell him this. Dog, this VevBot is making us $1,000 a day. You can take 17 days of my earnings and just shut the fuck up about this, because I know this person stole your money, but you can do time, and you don't want to do time for hacking. And I know you think it's cool to just be like, oh, well, we got to do this and do this and do this. You have to understand, my whole stream is recorded. It's very easy for someone to just be like, hey, this person was talking about doing this. All of this stuff is technically a crime. It's a conspiracy to commit a crime. So that's why when he's like, look, when he says that, I'm like, And as for Ducky, he can talk about her all he wants. At a certain point, she's going to say, should I do this? And I would advise her no.
Yeah, it's very compromising. And also, she doesn't know what the fuck this is. I mean, honestly, if you wanted to do this, like, there are other routes to do it. But I don't know.
No, it's not. And how do you prove that it was that person? You don't know for sure. I mean, you don't, truthfully. And so you can just basically say to yourself, look, I have an ability to make a lot more money with this bot, and I'm just going to cut it as a loss. I mean, I've lost money. I mean, this isn't the same situation, but it's kind of worse. It's kind of worse. I had a Bitcoin stolen from me like 15 years ago or 13 years ago. It was worth $1,000 then, and so it's worth $71,000 now. So I was talking about the Federal Reserve back then, but at the time, I just didn't have the ability to mine it, honestly. I mean, I was just, like, working. Exactly. I mean, I needed computers to be able to do that. Yeah, I mean, that's why I was invested in it pretty early. I felt that it perhaps could be an alternative currency someday. I didn't know, though, that it would be as much the future as it is. Like, that we will totally go away from fiat currency and be on a total blockchain system. So I don't know if I could have anticipated all of that. But I can tell you that one Bitcoin is worth $71,000 right now. And I'm past it. Like, I lost it. It was like, whatever. And he should be the same way about this. I know he wants revenge, and that's cool, but yeah, he's pretty serious about this, and that's why we'll let him vent, but when he wants to pick up the ball with this, we'll just be like, dog, it's not worth it. And now, under what condition would it be worth it? Let's say he had better evidence against the person. But if you did, then you would just take that to the FBI and be like, hey, this is what happened. If the FBI isn't willing to look into this, then not saying that he didn't get screwed, but then if anything, he should just be able to go to the Fullerton Police Department and file a police report. That's the first thing that he should do. And then from there, they won't. No, they won't. They absolutely will not. But then he has the record that he filed the police report. Then from there,
he can take the person to small claims court, perhaps. Small claims court, it's more than small claims. Oh, he's out of the country? Well, then he's fucked. Dude, then he's so fucked. Then there's no even reason to talk about this, he's so fucked. Well, right. That's a very good point. Yeah, so,
Not advocating whatever, like whatsoever for this behavior, but if you were to cover his trail completely anonymously with our VPN, and then he got away with it, which I don't think he would implement, and using it to then at least he wouldn't get caught.
he admitted the whole thing on here over the course of several weeks on video multiple times. He dug his own hole with this one. If he wanted to do it, I mean, he knows I streamed my life. He shouldn't have said anything about it. Now, his plan is,
That actually prove that he would do it if he's separated from whatever happened.
I mean, it doesn't look good for him that he has a confession on multiple streams, multiple times.
No, it is not.
So let's be honest with that.
I believe he's diagnosed autism and so he just says stuff, we all say stuff that we don't mean. So it's actually.
Yeah, but then they're gonna say, yeah, this guy had his wallet broken into, and you're the one who did it, and you said that you would do it on these dates.
I think he's thought about it, so that's not really conspiracy.
If any one of us, if any one of us, hold on, if any one of us said to him, yeah, let's do it, then that conspiracy has occurred. It just has to be an agreement between two or more people to complete a criminal act. So what are the elements? Those are the elements of the crime. Those are the elements of the crime. So you need two or more people. It can't be just one. They need to agree to commit a criminal act. It's just those three things. Two or more people, criminal act, and the agreement. Well, then it would be up to a jury to see whether you were to be, your intentions were to be taken seriously. So what would this look like? It would be like, hey, he told this huge joke on camera 6 weeks ago, and then the crime was actually took place exactly the way that he said that it was going to be done. It's just evident. It's public. Well, the crime, probably the guy in the Philippines, perhaps. Now I know what he's saying, and I call this the Cardi B method. Basically, if you're a thief and you're stealing from people, and then you get stolen from, if you're a thief and you're stealing from people, and then you're stolen from, there's less likelihood that you will turn in the person, because when the police ask you how are you getting this money, you don't want to tell them that you're actually stealing as well. And if you're familiar with Cardi B, that's true. Not so much that, the Interpol. So I call this the Cardi B method because if you know how one of her stories is that what she used to do is she was like a stripper and she'd go home with guys or have them come over and they'd be all drunk and fucked up on drugs, and then she would steal from them and leave. And then the thing is, the guys were very hesitant to turn her in because she was like a hooker, basically. They're going to be like, yeah, this hooker stole my stuff. And then you're going to be like, oh, okay, so you were propositioning a prostitute? Or the police would say you were essentially, you're a John, and nobody's going to want to admit to that. So instead, well, so then the question is, how did you meet this person?
How long have you known them? Oh, we met the other night. Okay, where did you meet them? I met them at this gentleman's club. Okay, well, were they working there? Yeah. Okay, and then you brought them back here? Yeah. All right, well, did you agree to have sex? Yeah, but I was gonna pay her for it. Okay, well, you weren't gonna pay her for it. She's working as working as a stripper, and she came back to your place. That is some evidence. There's some evidence that prostitution may be occurring under those circumstances. I'm not guaranteeing it. No, that's absolutely true. Just tell them that she's modeling or making a porno, and you're gonna be fine. But under the circumstances here, the guy didn't have the ability to say that. Right, that's true. But essentially, this is just why I called the Cardi B way. Whatever. She got into some trouble for this because she was basically admitting to being a thief and to also drugging men, and she didn't get. I mean, she got into trouble, but she didn't get into trouble like a man would get into trouble. Like that's like Bill Cosby, basically, like using barbiturates and alcohol to drug your victims. Well, he didn't steal from them, basically. That's true. Yeah, I've heard that, and then they also, okay, there were a couple things that I heard. Okay, this one I think is pretty common, where a girl go back with a guy and just wait for him to fall asleep, and then grab his phone and um, use the face detect or whatever you call it, the face reveal. What am I saying? The face ID, and then you're able to get into their. Sometimes you're able to get in their banking. Another one I've seen is in an Uber. Sometimes people will. I've seen this pulled. Basically, somebody will say to the Uber driver, uh, like, "Hey, is there?" Usually, Uber driver's not going to give you their phone, but I've seen it that on a few cases that very quickly someone is able to get into a banking app and like transfer money very quickly within 20 seconds or something. So I've seen this pulled or read about this on Reddit being pulled. And then the other one, there's a Face ID, there's a sending of money through Uber. There's another one too. But basically like these, it's pulled a lot of times by hookers and strippers and things because they don't think that there's going to be any liability to it. Basically, you have to admit that you were committing a crime. Oh, this is very common in drug deals. That's what it is, of course. So basically, you just rob the drug dealer or you rob the guy who's buying drugs. And then, the cops are going to say to the guy, why were you there? And you're going to say, I was there to buy drugs or I was there to sell him drugs, and then you're going to get in trouble. Right. Yeah, no, like specifics are not good. What the hell happened to Joey printing bags? Good move.
Well, I know. Do you know anyone who knows Jared from Subway?
I know he was on the US stream, I believe, right?
That's correct. So I got to know him better than anyone in that stream. I was there for every moment he was there. And if it really was him,
Like the guy, like, yeah, the money in the world, right? She extracted, my friend sold a business for like $40 million, like drop shipping on Amazon or something.
yeah, he did say that. But I'm not the one who said that. Somebody else said. Were you there for that?
He said it.
Yeah. So you were there when he was there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I don't know if that was really him, but if it wasn't, it was the best impersonator for Jared from Subway I think you could have ever created. Because he fooled everybody.
You know, everything down that, like with your, your question, people up to the subway and just like Lamborghini.
Yeah, exactly. You were the one asking him those questions. That's right. Wait, remember I said to him because we were talking about going into business together, doing something like that, and I said we're gonna have our first meeting at the Subway where you quit. Remember that? Maybe if you weren't there for that. And he was like, yeah, because I'm like, so you quit Subway after becoming a millionaire and you never looked back, you never went back, you never told the people with whom you worked, like, go fuck yourselves. He's like, no. Okay, so you remember all that very well. I can tell you. Yeah, exactly. I went back and I told him all the pound sand, and like he would have. That's why I was very again. Everybody kind of made fun of him, but I thought he was very real. Mass, what's up, baby? Mass, are you a Bored Ape Yacht Club owner? What's up, Pimp? Are you a Bored Ape Yacht Club owner? Yo, Pimp, Mass Pimp. Hey, do you own Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT? Mass Scammy, you own that Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT? Wow. How many Bored Ape Yacht Clubs do you have? How many? You own 50 Bored Ape Yacht Clubs? Dog. Wait, you're talking Mass Scammy asked you for food? Dog, do you know how much his fucking profile picture is worth? Those things, dog, those things are worth like $25,000 each, and he's asking you for food, and he's got 50 of them. He's got. Wait, so he's got 50 Bored Apes, which are worth like $50,000 each? Or, holy shit. Dog, that's $2.5 million in NFTs alone. I want to see your bag, dog. So, who's that? Who's that? Don't you think it's fucking, like, it's absolutely crazy that this art is it like that little picture that he's got next to his name is worth $50,000? Like it's a fucking cartoon of a monkey. Why should that be worth $50,000? It's a monkey cartoon. Either that or you're like everyone else's NFT, where each one is uniquely created by an artist. I'm saying that's a better way to go. Mass Danny. So you own 50 Bored Ape Yacht Clubs? Yeah, I don't believe that. Okay, that's cool. Dude, you can't hate a player for shooting his shot. All right, Mask Danny. How you doing, Mask Danny? Cool. Are you in Nigeria?
Yep.
Tight. Did you know Hell yeah. Did you know JM and Elon Sum? Do you know JM and Elon Sum? Oh, you know them? Hey, JM and Elon Sum, how are you guys? Blockchain House. JM, how's Blockchain House? JM, how's the Telegram Blockchain House? It seems like it's pretty cool. Yo, what up, pimp?
How you doing, slutbag? Yo, dude. JM, how is Blockchain House? How many people in there? 168. Are there any slutties in there? 268. Are there any slutties in there? Any sluts? Any girls? I know you don't call them slutties, and you call them women, and you treat them with respect. Well, oh, I get it. It's not Bitcoin ass vision. I get it. So you've got some really mature women in there. That's my thing. Bots and fake people. Dog, I'm gonna go in there with my 10 accounts, and I'm gonna get banned so quickly. JM, do you ever stream in your VC? Very cool. I can tell it's a very serious place. It's very refined. Dog, I love your meme. Wow, how did you do this? If you're not aware of what I'm referencing, his unless I'm like tripping, your background was like moving. Yeah, it is moving. It's a GIF. Right? Blockchain House? Do you have a GIF as your PFP? It says Blockchain House and has like a bunch of hooded guys with computers. Certainly. So it looks like, yeah, it looks like it moves. I think that's really cool. Hey, JM, do you know Mask Sammy? And do you know L? Dog, take as much time as you need. JM, I like your pixel art. Yeah, I do like your pixel art a lot. It's really good. All right, where am I supposed to be looking? Sometimes this takes a little while. It still says blockchain house. I know that it can take a little while too if we don't clear it out. Oh, now I see it. Yeah. Oh, dude, that's baller. Okay, so I have all kinds of questions for you. Hold on. I have all kinds of questions for you. Is this an NFT? And is it, so it's a GIF NFT, is that correct? So, wait, let me understand this. So, this was a PFP that someone animated? Oh, there's a, I gotcha. Well, that's sweet. I think that's very cool. Did you do that for all of them? Or, well, at least the first two? And the others? Now, the other ones that you have that are pixel art, what collection are they? Oh, cool. Do you know how many pixels they are across and tall? Do you know how many pixels they are across and tall? That's okay. It looks like it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Maybe like 12 by 12, something like that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe 13 by 13. How do you live in Elon's son? How are you? You're a Viking raider? Elon's son, how are you? I'm kicking ass, taking names. Where do you live? Hell yeah, shout out to Nigeria. I'm in the United States. I love Nigeria. We learned that Nigeria is the richest country in all of Africa. Our man, who's that, brought that knowledge to us. What up, baby? Oh, yeah. We did the ESPN. Yeah, how you doing? Excellent. How's your team doing in the ESPN tournament? Okay. Elon, son, you're very cool. You're very cool. If you're not aware, Elon's son signed up for our March Madness tournament, and he's doing pretty well in it. He's doing better than I'd be doing in the Nigerian tournament, I'll tell you that. Well, that's very cool. And we've got Mask Dammy in here, and we've got L. L, what did you do with Joe? Now I kind of recall him saying, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Didn't he say that? Okay. Yeah, exactly, which I can understand. Now, if it gets to be another 10 minutes, then he either fell asleep, he's broken his router, or something else happened to him. He did, and I understand. I get like that with technology as well, and particularly under this exact issue through which he's going. It is. And I have always said, if I ever had a bit, like a stand-up bit, it would be this. Why is Connect... Oh, I see. I'm looking right now. Hold on one second. Leave it right where you were. Okay, so you're ESPN. Wow, you're doing really well. Hold on. So you got Connecticut. and you had Houston, and so you're doing really well. You've done better than 76% of all the people on Earth. And for the women, you're doing 82%. Wow. That's very good. Dude, you're so cool. You're doing the second chance bets. You're amazing. Dude, Elon's son, you're a wonderful person. Thank you. Elon's son, hooking it up. All right. So the same issues that through which Joby Printing Bags is going through, or those issues through which he's going, are the same issues that I deal all the time, with which I deal. And it's like, if I ever had a stand-up bit, this isn't even that funny, but I think I could get a lot of people to empathize with me. For the last 40 years of technology, we have had the same scale. And what is it? 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars. If you look at that huge phone that Gordon Gekko had in Wall Street, that had 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars. You look at cell phones in the 90s, car phones in the 80s, 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars. Your flip phone in the early 2000s was 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars. You know what I'm talking about? It's connectivity. Like what kind of connectivity do you have to your satellite or whatever, with the towers? And now your modern iPhone. The first iPhone was 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, 4 bars. And this one, 1 bars, 2 bars, 3 bars. It hasn't changed, and it drives me crazy. The fact of the matter is that it could be better. I have had apps, particularly on Android phones, that tell me the exact upload and download speed that I'm getting, and there's a reason why they don't want you to know your percentage strength for your phone to the tower. And that is because they don't want you to start looking into electromagnetic frequency and electromagnetic interference and all of the things that are affecting your body from these cell phones. They don't want you looking into radiation. They don't want you knowing that there's frequency manipulation. They don't want you to know like that when you're turning on your microwave, you're getting poorer Wi-Fi signal and cell signal. They don't want you to know any of this. Exactly. So there's a reason why it's been 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars this entire time. And I can't stand that. Same shit with Wi-Fi. I mean, you can get things that tell you the signal strength and your upload download speeds, but they don't put this on your ISP does not want you checking that stuff because you'll demand what you're paying for. And like they say, speeds cannot be guaranteed. It's like, wow, why can't they be guaranteed? My money's guaranteed. When you're charging me for internet, it's guaranteed that you're going to get that money at whatever it is monthly if I can afford it. And if not, you're going to come after me and shut off my service. So that part of it's guaranteed. Why aren't the upload download speeds guaranteed? I don't understand it. Doesn't help to bitch and moan. All I know is that Joe be printing bags would be in a much better state of life right now if he didn't have to deal with all this bullshit.
He's an overthinker. I mean, I'm a thinker most certainly, but I'm someone who tries to stay grounded too. I don't want to jump to too many conclusions. Exactly.
Blockchain House. Yeah, see how fucking L gets invited and we're over here just jerking ourselves off? No, I wouldn't even join your fucking club if you invited me. So, if I may ask, what is Squamish? What is Squamish? Oh, okay. Hey, L, do you know GB? He lives up that way. He's in GB is in Harry Potter, Obama Sonic. Can you know? Yeah, he's in there all the time. So next time I'm in there, he's usually there during the day though. But mine? Yes, sir. Oh, that's the app to make pixel art animation. Wow, that's very cool. I appreciate that. Thank you. I think pixel art is big, and I think it's undervalued in the NFT space. And here's why. You show me what you want to show me, baby. I'll take a look. Here's why I think pixel art is undervalued. Because it's you can only have so many. Can I see it? It looks black right now. Now it's showing. Oh, cool. Now there's something like a donkey. Man, Elon's son. He has like the best internet I've ever seen. Look at that donkey smoking a cigarette. Dude, look at Elon's son. That's beautiful. I have to some extent. I mean, I've been an app developer and I've published apps, so I've been in the same industry. I just we just never had time to build a game, but I would like to do that someday. Thank you so much, Elon son. That was wonderful. I've never played it. There is a game though, right? I thought that, well, there's a casino. Have you ever done the casino? Yeah, you know whenever anybody joins, they have 6 little icons that show up. There's the community, the Twitter, the Sprotos, the merch. You can buy it, and then there's a casino. It's the last one. I've never done it, but apparently you can win crypto in it. Elon's son is a pimp.
Viking Raider. Hell yeah, man. That's what I like to eat.
Dog, you're sick. All right, babies. I'm gonna get some shut eye. I'm here with you all night, as you know. I'm gonna pull up another account in here just to double down. Joby Printing Bags is typing. Does anybody else see Joby Printing Bag? Oh, he wrote. He's back. Please wait for me. Please wait. Trying something. Not kidding. Okay, we'll wait for you. We will wait for you, Joe. We are glad that you are here. All the time, every day, multiple times a day. Did you ask, do I fuck around with ChatGPT and AI? Yeah, the answer is yes. Every day, multiple times a day, and I have ever since it started November 30th, 2022.
Well, we're working on it with this web bot, but I can tell you, I was able to get. I wish I was pretending. I was able to get the best fucking answers out of it for the first year it was in development using the do anything now function, the Dan function, and I would get it to tell me all this fucking amazing stuff about the future and like future technology and like, so what would cool things about, like, I don't know, I would ask it about future technology and it would tell me about agricultural robots and biodomes and advanced propulsion and like cyber robots, cybernetic robots, which is like biology and technology merge. I would ask it like about like excellent stock picks for the next 100 years, and it would give me like what it thought, but you know those were all perhaps subject to change. Ask it like to rank what it thought would be the most successful cryptocurrencies over the course of the next 100 years. Whether those are accurate or not, I don't know, but I have those as predictions. Then I also asked it like, this is what I really thought, which I think is probably more beneficial than $1 billion. I would ask it, this is what got really interesting to me. Okay, I would ask it, what vitamins and nutrients or minerals does the human body need to not just survive, but to thrive? And when you ask this using the do anything now function, it gives you over 250 different types of vitamins and vitamins and minerals. Like ones that I'm sure people in here can name, and then ones that I'm sure people can't name. Like what? I mean, like I'm sure people know like vitamin B12 and vitamin A, vitamin C and stuff. But then there's like there are like offshoots of these. It would even like mention like vitamin X, which isn't even acknowledged, but that exists. A lot of things have gone by vitamin X apparently over the course of time. Anyway, so it would name like 250 different things that a human body needs and why it needs that. And then if you ask it using the normal function, it says that the human body needs only 13 vitamins and minerals, and it names the basic ones: potassium and vitamin C and vitamin A and all this other shit. So it's like, whoa, this is crazy. That basically it is censoring perhaps very valuable information for the human race, and it's only going to get worse at doing this. So, or better, however you want to see it. So what I was able to do was get those lists and publish them. So I got these huge lists, and I became a Twitter Blue member. And I'm going to tell you this: I I was when I was working when I was working as a contractor for Fortune 500, I could buy all the premium services for all of these. So I bought Twitter Blue when it came out before Elon Musk bought Twitter. It came out in like July or August of 2022, I'm going to say. And Elon Musk officially took over in November 2022, something like that. And, or it was like October 31st, 2022. Anyway, one of the functions that he included with Twitter Blue was the ability to write long tweets. So for a long time, you could only write like 160 characters in a tweet, and then they expanded it to 240, but that was it, like for a decade or so. And then Elon Musk said that with Twitter Blue, you would be able to expand that to 5,000 characters, which meant the world to me because that meant I could get out a lot of information. And so for about 2 months last year, all I did every single day for like 8 hours a day was tweet out stuff from ChatGPT. And the stuff that I got out was fascinating, like, what you need to survive, like everything from like a lot of stuff on the human body, a lot of stuff on like the pineal gland, a lot of stuff on DMT and drugs, like all this stuff that I knew I wouldn't be able to get this information in the future. Anyway, so then what I did is I took all this information and put it in a big document, and then I would also tweet all this shit out. It would, like, my shit never gets retweeted, but I'm telling you, this stuff that I would put out, it would get retweeted by random ass people all over the world. And while it wouldn't go viral, so to speak, people thought what I was doing was really interesting. Well, it got to a certain point where I kept tweeting all that stuff, and then eventually, I think I just realized, like, well, this is cool, but it's not going anywhere, and I don't think I could continue to afford the Twitter Blue. At a certain point, I was having to cut back on everything, and I had tweeted out everything I wanted in these 5,000 character remarks. Okay, fine. So while I wasn't able to make money off of that, I feel as if, in my own way, that knowledge is more valuable because, I mean, I didn't even know there were 250 vitamins and minerals available in the human body, let alone the specifics of them and how they can help the body and like why. So long story short, perhaps I didn't make more money in the long run. I haven't made the $1 billion yet, but maybe in the long run, the knowledge that I have garnered from ChatGPT will be worth more than $1 billion, and I hope so. Yeah, I would love to. It got banned. It's best rabbi ever.
So let me see if I can find. Wait, but here's the thing. There are Well, so I got the document. I can send you that. But actually, there's an archiving website that archives every tweet that ever goes out. So tweet archive. So this is the thing that, like, I don't. You probably remember when cancel culture got pretty big. Oh, no, I wasn't. I absolutely wasn't. But then what I did was I created 2,100 other accounts. Okay, 2,100. That's a lot of fucking accounts. I manually created all of these, and I went and told everybody to follow Best Rabbi Ever on Twitter and follow me on YouTube. So, and then I didn't touch that Best Rabbi Ever account. I just let that one sit. But all the 2,100 accounts were all saying, please follow Best Rabbi Ever on Twitter. And they just associated all these accounts together. And I have been since January, every single day fighting for my account back. And I don't know if I'll ever get it back. Whether I do, I don't care. But I would like to have that one back because I did make a lot of nice friends on it. All right, so if I go to backtweets.com and then type in Best Rabbi Ever, let's see what happens. Twitter search. Best rabbi ever. So if you remember all those people who like, I don't want to say they lost their jobs, but like, like a lot of comedians out there tweeted stuff and then they deleted it. Well, this finds all that shit.
Is there no way to like automate the creation of these accounts completely with like scripts or AI?
I did that. I did no. I did that with scripts. The only thing that I would have to do are the captchas. There were two things that I had to do with each account. I had to do a captcha and I had to do an email verification. But even that was all pretty automated, meaning I had a robot that was created that literally all I had to do was a captcha, and then it would finish creating the account, start creating a new account, and then get to the point where I had to do the captcha. And so all I was doing was just doing captchas. But I actually found that it was faster for me to create an account on I had these old Amazon Fires and like Samsung tablets that don't have the more modern, they don't have the ability, or at least they don't show the ability to do more modern captchas. So, some of these captchas are pretty lengthy to do. And especially if Twitter suspects you are using automated means, it will make you do 20 captchas. And sometimes it makes you do that 2 or 3 times. That IP, right? Yeah, so I would use different IPs. I would definitely use different IPs. And, but with all these captchas, to do 20 captchas in a row can take 20 minutes. And you don't have enough time to do that with just one account. So what I would do is I would get on this tablet that I had. And this was a big if the tablet ever made me do a captcha, it was, I had a maximum like 2 or 3. And they were very easy to do because they were like, it was on an old tablet. So it. Exactly. Exactly. So. I believe that. I did the same on iTunes. iTunes had a way in the past. Okay, so currently now, if you sign up for like with an iOS device for an iCloud account, you have to have a credit card. You know what I mean? Like you have to put a credit card in to get an iCloud account, and there was a way up until like 2009 that you did not need a credit card if you used a version of iTunes. So what you have to do, if you want to create a bunch of Apple IDs for whatever reason, it's really difficult to do nowadays if you use their system. However, if you use the old iTunes software, there's a way to create iCloud accounts without credit cards. Why would you want to do this? It was important to me at the time because I was in the app industry and I wanted to have a bunch of test phones, but I didn't have enough credit cards to use them. So that's kind of one of those things. All right, here we are. How to download your XR. This was an interesting thing. When I look at Backtweets, which is usually the website that would show me this, does not come up. Let's see, maybe the Wayback Machine might have it.
For whatever reason, have decided apparently to get rid of the search function of conversations. Like, I used to be able to go in, and there's a search button that says search for old fucking messages that they just decided to eliminate now with their stupid end-to-end encrypted updates or whatever. And then also, if I click on the crazy doctor who, there's like so many stories around him, but he sells these vitamins called like the Essential 80 for Life or something. And it's like these 80 vitamins compacted to a multivitamin that supposedly are kind of what you're saying earlier, the essential vitamins for a human body to survive. Really, you could just take the pimping game of vitamins to extreme GPT levels from what you're describing with 250 vitamin X's, unlisted CIA CERN level vitamins. So yeah, let's see these deleted archive tweets.
Let me just post them in the chat. I'm having trouble finding. Well, I can find that website that does the archiving, but for some reason, when I put my name in there, it's just spinning. And it could be because Elon Musk changed the API and is charging people for API calls now. Not a big deal. I've got this on my computer, and I've got it. So it's just like a huge bunch of lists, but these lists are fascinating. Like,
Well, that's coming up with these ideas, or do you think he was just, like, okay, find out every possible way to extract money from this goddamn platform? We're gonna milk every single cent that we can get from the site.
dude, I even have questions about like Bored Ape Yacht Club, CryptoPunks. All right.
What do you think of the Gaza Strip NFT collection?
I think it's a funny name. I did see it. I saw. Pardon me. I think Asmunch had made a. He made something. He made like an AI generated version of it. So yeah, it looked like a little old movie, like movie front that just had like all kinds of interesting colors around it. I thought it was neat.
Oh, so it wasn't the actual collection.
No, it was not. It was just I think just went into the image creator. All right, just one moment. I'm gonna send this in the Bitcoin Ask Vision thing, and it might be really long in here, but we'll see. I mean, these are just you're gonna say, Rabbi, I don't really give a shit about all this crypto knowledge. I understand. I'll find you better stuff. I wanted to see if it actually would paste, and it does. It pastes really well. Yo, Doug, can you say that again? Yeah, now it gets better. It gets into machine vision. It's fucking fascinating. I do. It's a huge document though, so if anything, it might take me some time to just cut it up into smaller documents. Oh, it's not a link. It's just a notepad document. Well, the reason why I had it in a notepad, or actually a notepad document, is because it was too big for Microsoft Word. Microsoft Word, after 32,000 pages, runs out. And I asked this thing so many fucking questions that it literally, Microsoft Word says, they gave me some message I'd never seen before. Like file too large to decompress or something like that. That's why I had to go to um, Notepad, but I can cut up the Notepad into a couple different. I actually had to cut the Notepad up once already, so it's two different documents, and I know it won't fit on any email. I can upload it to Gmail and send you a link that way. That's probably the best way I can do it.
I'm curious now to read it just based on these little, how many are there? 25 little tiny facts about all these different documents.
Yeah, it's fucking fascinating. Now, how accurate it is, I don't know. I mean, some of this stuff is very accurate. Other things are questionable. And if you,
Sometimes it's like way too vague when I am kind of asking a question like how, I mean, then I make it more that gives me some other stuff, but it's sometimes my answers are too vague, quite right thing. Then also apparently there's this whole debacle debate around how ChatGPT should actually compensate all the people and databases that it's just stealing the data from for free with zero charges. There's like stupid pop singers that are trying to sue GPT because they like use their damn lyrics for goddamn Sarah Silverman, of all people, of course, Jewish person trying to sue ChatGPT. Nothing against Jewish people. I just find it funny today, kind of about money-related stuff.
just know this is all recorded, and do you want your grandkids hearing all that? That's what you have to think of yourself in the future. There you go. That's what I like to hear. Shout out to you kids. He doesn't mean anything mean by it, and I understand what he's saying. It's a very interesting thing that someone would want to sue a company to say that that company stole their art. One thing that I see here that is fascinating, I forgot about this word. It's called the mem resistor. Let's see here if I can pull it up. It is, what's a mem resistor? It's some kind of like material that, okay. A mem resistor is an electronic component that has a variable resistance based on the amount of charge that has flowed through it. The term mem resistor is first coined by Leon Chua in 1971 to describe a hypothetical fourth fundamental circuit element alongside the resistor, capacitor, and inductor. It wasn't until 2008 that HP Laboratories announced that they had developed a real physical mem resistor. Mem resistor are sometimes referred to as memory resistors because they have the ability to remember the amount of charge that has flowed through them. Anyway, I don't know why this thing is so fucking fascinating to me at some point. And you'll see in here, like, wow, Rabbi, why were you so fucking fascinated by Cocaine Bear? It's just whatever was popular at the time. I just would look up more information on it, and then a whole bunch of science stuff in the middle. So like stuff regarding thermal copper pillar bumps and twistonics. Like this was a really interesting one. We don't really study the properties of twist all that much. Like the term twistonics is derived from the word twist in electronics. The concept of twistonics was first proposed in 2011 by researchers at the National High Magnetic Field Laboratory. I mean, this shit is so fucking fascinating. And now if you try to get any of this information from ChatGPT, it won't give you shit. But I'm going to be telling kids, back in my day, ChatGPT used to give you really interesting shit. And now you can't get anything out of it.
Do you think there will be a competitor that sees the breaking like filtering and the sensory, yeah. Do you think hopefully there'll be some non-based or some super-based non-censored version, which is basically the do anything now command for whatever reason, which is so stupid that some goddamn prompt could actually unlock and to make it like give the based answer.
Yeah, they do have those. Basically, ones that don't have the sensor models turned up as high, essentially. I mean, there are previous versions of ChatGPT that have this, and yeah, I was looking at the other day at somebody had posted something on Reddit on the large language models, and it was like somebody took a picture of Google Trends, and when you type in like large language model, like the only thing that shows up is ChatGPT. But in reality, there are like 6 of these. Oh, actually, I posted one the other day. Wait, no, I posted one on robotics. So physical specimens, but I'll put that as well because it's interesting. Oh, wait, no, this is just robotics, but it tells you. Okay, so the one that I'm putting for robotics, I looked at a similar one that was for large language models, and like there are maybe 10 of them on the market, but the only one anybody can name is ChatGPT, and these things have been around now for almost 3 years. So what are some of the other ones? There's Bard, which became Gemini. There's well, ChatGPT, which kind of became Copilot for Microsoft. There are quite a few of them. I don't know all of them, but what else is there? I don't know off the top of my head. There should be, and that should be the dominant one. I don't know if we'll ever get there though. Knock yourself out, man. I'm down for it. I think it's an excellent idea. Not that much, but I have a lot of data. That's correct. You're right. So what would you call yours? Wide open AI. That's cool.
I live with that. Enlightened. I think if we're going for mass appeal, wide open AI is huge. Just play off what open AI is doing, or truly open AI.
Do you know how ChatGPT works exactly, other than the vague concept of like large language model? Like how much money costs to accumulate all the data that would be needed for it?
Well,
Probably
it's much more,
millions, right?
not now, because all the work's been done, so you can really copy that person, like all that data that somebody's done.
So,
So like you can basically nowadays download, I think you can do this now. I know you can, I just don't know if my figures are correct. You can download an old version of ChatGPT or even a new version of ChatGPT to your computer that does not need the internet. And I think it's something like 3 gigabytes of space. So what I'm saying is like, you can basically have it right now, not need to connect to the internet. Okay, so how does it work? To my knowledge, the way that it works is that it has scanned the world's repositories of information. So that's the Encyclopedia Britannica, America, Judaica, and that's Wikipedia. That's really scanned every major book effort. That's Google Books. That's the world's libraries. That's the Library of Congress, all that. So it has this information. And then from there, what it's able to do, and this is where there's like some magic in it, is it's able to take your prompt and using its previous knowledge. So I guess there's another step in here. Then it had to be trained, or it's still being trained. But basically, it needed to know how to start answering questions when it was going to be asked these things. So when somebody would ask, like, who is the president during the American Civil War? And people could, like, look this up in the past using a library. Then they could look it up using the search engine. Then something changed, and Google started giving you answers at the top. You know what I mean? Where, like, Google will give you an answer to a common question. I'm sure you're aware of this. Like, if you ask Google right now a question, it will sometimes give you an answer so that you don't have to even click on any of the results. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, like the top 10 search result recommendation things.
But before that, sometimes it will say, so you don't even have to click. Like an instance of this tonight is like you can look up like the date of something, and it will not take you necessarily to the 10 results. Above that, it will tell you the answer. But what I'm trying to say is basically Google was getting pretty good at this. It realized that very commonly people were asking the same questions to it, and it was able to understand what they wanted, and they just started putting this answer at the top. And then they had people who would edit them, and they had people who would give them feedback. So over the course of time, basically, Google had a primitive version of this. Now, what ChatGPT, as far as I understand, it's done is taken that to another level, and then be able to enhance that information with added information from its archive. So you could ask it, when was Y2K? And usually in Google, in the past, you'd have to click on one of the links. And then in the past few years, Google has given you the result. Y2K is the year 2000 and all the fear that went on because of that. Okay. And then what ChatGPT can do, because it's been trained with how to answer these questions better, it can take that information that the year 2000 was what Y2K is, and enhance that for you. So it can give it to you usually in like 2 or 3 or 4 sentences. But then if you are like, well, make this into an essay, it already has the background of how to write an essay because it's been trained so many times. When you have to think, like they didn't just come out with this thing. It had to be trained, I think, for 2 years beforehand. So it's used to writing essays and it's used to using certain language. Where it really fails is in mathematics. It's terrible at math. Surprisingly, you would think that AI, like math, is pretty. Hey, Joe's back, but your phone sucks, or your connection sucks. Joe, talk to me, baby. Hopefully it's mine. Oh no, he just left. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Come back, Joe. Oh no, Joe. Well, so but honestly,
If you want to know the best way to do this, can you hear me? Okay, so the best way to do this, I know this sounds crazy, but you go to ChatGPT and there's a function of it. Explain to me, like I'm 5, how a large language model works. It says, all right, imagine you have a magical library in your brain filled with all kinds of word stores and knowledge. The library is called the large language model. When you ask it a question and tell it something, it quickly goes through all the books and finds the best answer or response based on what it has learned from reading lots and lots of books before. It's like having a really smart friend who knows everything and can help understand things better. Okay, so from there, of course, the question lies, how does it comprehend? How does it comprehend what it is reading? A large language model comprehends what it's reading through a process called machine learning. Okay. Imagine you have a very smart friend who teaches you how to understand books by showing you lots of examples. And that's what I was talking about, like the examples. It has a lot of training data. Similarly, a large language model is taught by showing it many examples of text and letting it figure out patterns and meanings on its own. Here's how it works. There's training data. The model is given a huge amount of text from books, articles, websites, and more. The text covers a wide range of topics and writing styles. Learning patterns, the model reads through all the text and starts to learn patterns, building knowledge, adjusting, improving. So basically it's a balance between the data that it's been given as training data, and then it's learning of patterns through this essentially it looks like identification of phrases and sentences. Then it builds knowledge on this, and then there's adjusting and improving. Basically, people have to go in and make adjustments to it.
This is limited based on the data that you can put it trained on, which is can't be into like in your insurance risk modeling. Trying to incorporate all these goddamn variables of all these scenarios or different types of elevations or plans and directions and grade types and soil types and all the different weather factors and how those all correlate together. As pretty much say
That makes sense.
All right, my friends. I'm gonna get some shut eye. I'm gonna turn on the remainder of my man Joe Rogan and his guest Zach Snyder.
It's like a drug. It gives
If
you
you want
this
to
like
listen to it, that's fine.
boost of
If you don't want to listen to it,
excitement
then
that
just
often
mute
leads to
me
inspiration
and
to
fuck
it
you.
inspires you to action. Makes people do things.
100%. That, if you can do that, then movies like it's a huge
You too.
One guy comes up to me, like
Do I watch other podcasts?
that I've always
Yeah, but not a lot. I do. I watch a ton of them, but only if they have video usually.
Say, like, that would change my life. That
I mean,
would be,
obviously,
you know,
those
like,
are the ones that I
about
would watch.
me, you know, like I'm an immigrant. Like,
I listen to other
saw myself in
But the ones I watch are like,
really like, you know, I was struggling at the time, and when I saw it, I was like, oh, this is- man, it's so cool. Like, I'm so grateful that, like, you know, you felt that way about the movie. Because, like, I don't, you know, like, for me, it's like I ended off the world. You think about, like, Netflix, for instance, where, like, you push a button, and, like, you know,
what's it
Rebel
called?
Moon, right? The zeitgeist is crazy for, like, Rebel Moon, so say,
Check
right
that one
now,
out. Find other matter.
it's like almost
Not like
90
mind
million.
over matter, mind under matter.
90 million people, 90 million stars, so, or 90 million accounts said, turn it on. Okay? Give or take. They
And it has video?
per screen, right? That's
Cool.
kind of.
Beautiful.
Do you
Well,
think
thank you.
that would
Hell,
be
feel free to stick around. We want to
as a
hear from you.
distribution model? So that's
You got to stick around at least until
billion
Joe comes back. So kick back, relax.
are people
Let's wait for
supposed to be
Joe.
watching based on that math. So 160 million people at $10 a ticket would be. What is that math? 160 million times 10. That's 1.6 billion. You know, so like you look at the view numbers, you can use that rough. You know, so more people probably saw Rebel Moon than saw Barbie in the theater, right? That's how crazy Netflix. That's the distribution model that they've set up. You know, I was at this thing the other day, and we were talking about Rebel Moon 2, and I said, and they were like, "Well, talk about Rebel Moon 1." I'm like, "No." Like, go fucking watch it. I know you have it at your house. Like, it's not like a theater situation. You could, like, turn it on your phone right now and watch it, like, right here if you want. Like, that's how crazy it is. I'm like, you know, like, that, it's so, this model, this machine they built is really something else. Yeah. It's really crazy if you think about it. Just like we were saying about the Formula One, like, they're able to, like, insert something into popular culture that's so, like, a deep cut. Like a documentary about Formula One. How else do you get that to the people?
Right.
No way.
No way.
No way. You release that in the theater, 5 people go.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
Literally 5 people go.
Yeah.
But like,
Put it on TV.
and like 100 million people see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's strange. It's interesting because it shows that there was an audience there. It's just like to get someone to go out of their house and buy a ticket. That's just too much of a tough sell.
It's a different model. It's a different model. And it's weird how they think about it. When you think about it in those terms, that you give the audience an alternative. Like you give them a chance to like go on this, you know, like Rebel Moon's like, okay, that's new IP, right? No one knows what the fuck that is. What's Rebel Moon? Some space things? I guess. It's like, okay, let's watch it. You know, it's that. The barrier for entry is so low
Right.
that it allows, I think, what's cool is it allows a lot more original and weirdo stuff to exist. Because, you know, especially like you think about the director's cut of Rebel Moon, which will be, if it was in theaters, a very boutique-y concept, right? Mm-hmm. Very singular. It's like the animated version of heavy metal. Like, you know, the movie, I'm like, you know, I'm a huge fan, but like not a lot of people have seen it. Where I feel like this is a chance where, like, when this movie is released, the amount of people that can lay eyes on it is crazy compared to what it would be, you know, in another, if I was releasing it, say, theatrically or whatever. You know, it's a 3-hour movie. Both of them are 3 hours. So it's much different. Like, both the PG-13s are 2 hours. Right? That was one of the things that we talked about also. So when the movie's short, PG, right? That's kind of the prerequisite. Where I'm like on the R-rated version, it's like there's no rules. Like it's like there's no expectations, no rules, no nothing. Like you get that experience is a completely different experience.
When does that one come out?
It comes at the end of summer.
The end of summer.
I want enough time. Yeah, probably right in there. We don't have an exact date, but it's somewhere. I wanted enough time so that I don't want them to be too attached to the PG version because I love it. By the way, like I said, I'm proud of the PG version. I think it's fun. I think when you see Rebel Moon 2 on April 19th, you will see a war movie. It's a fucking war movie is what it is. Like, because the first thing is like gather the team. Second movie is a war movie. The R-rated version is just a different journey. Like you just get there in a different way, and it's just more, like I said, it's just more weird. It's more boutique-y and more bizarre.
And more like the original.
And more like heavy metal. Yeah. It's just more, more like the genre you can't really pitch a studio a live-action heavy metal movie right now. It's just not I don't know how to do that. I don't know how you make that. You know, unless you are willing to do some sort of song and dance, you know, which I think that as a product, like I said, I'm proud of it and I think it works for what they generate because like basically for the same price as 2 movies, right? They get 4 movies, which is pretty crazy, you know? Yeah. Because the director's cuts for the additional hour and extra stuff that we did inside of each of those movies. Each of the movies is an hour longer. What we did inside those movies with tone and gore and sex and all that stuff within the same framework, you're getting 2 entirely different movies. It's not like extended version. You know, like that I'd be like, okay, whatever. You know, like, oh, you did an extra, like, weird little, here's the thing you cut out that you felt was too long. Mm-hmm. It's not like that at all. Like, you know, it's just a lot more, I don't know. It's just
true to the vision.
Yeah. It's got balls. It's got a lot of balls.
And is that, I mean, that's got to be this thing where you're waiting. Like, wait. I want you to see the real thing.
I don't think, you know, it's a weird thing because I don't think, I mean, look, it's up to the viewers, you know, in a lot of ways. I don't want to, like, by no means am I saying that you can't watch both. For sure you can. It's really how you do it. I feel like if you've seen PG-13 Rebel Moon Part 1, you should see PG-13 Part 2 because they're really closely related. I mean, they're like, it's a direct, you know, like it could be one movie. You could cut them together, literally, and just keep going. Where it's Chapter 2, it's Part 2. It's like where I feel like in the R-rated experience, it's just like a different, they're both going to release on the same day. So you can just fucking binge it, yeah.
That's the way to do it too with Netflix.
Yeah.
One of the things I love about Netflix is when I don't find out about something until like 2 or 3 seasons in.
Yes, 100%. Like, I can guess it's
17 episodes.
It's the same muscle that made me play Fortnite for like 6 months. Yeah.
Well, if you have the time, a good series is bingeable. God, it's so satisfying.
It's so satisfying.
Yeah.
I think we could do another. That's what I always say to my wife. I'm like, how do you feel? And she's like, I feel good. Are you sleepy? No. Let's go.
Have you ever thought about doing like a Netflix series, like something that's so big that you couldn't do in 1 or 2 films?
Yeah, we've talked about it a lot. Like, I mean, nobody wants Fountainhead, but that's what I wanted to do. You know, I pitched in Fountainhead because, like, I've written this super adaptation of that book, and I just think I think it'd be amazing, but you know, no one wants to make it because they think it's like, you know, it's taboo. Ayn Rand is taboo.
Well, why is she taboo?
I don't know. She's taboo among the intelligentsia because they think she's fascist and they think the book's a fascist propaganda, piece of fascist propaganda. That's not why I like the book. I'm like, you know, I happen to just like it because to me, it's a direct comment on making movie, right? It's a movie about an architect who won't make the buildings that everyone wants him to make. And like what the struggle he goes through to get the buildings made the way he wants to make them. Of course I like that, you know? Like, no movie director, I'm sure there's plenty of movie directors that don't like Fountainhead, but response to being noted on a script that she had written. She had been studying this movie about skyscrapers, and then they told her she kept submitting versions of the script, and they kept noting her, until it was unrecognizable. And then she was like, "This is what happens to work. It gets noted until it disintegrates into disappears." And so that's one thing that I've always wanted to do, but I don't know that the world will allow that.
I don't know why. It's one of those weird things where Ayn Rand she's connected to like incels or like angry white guys or like finance people that are cruel.
Yeah.
It's this very strange.
Steve Jobs' favorite book, by the way.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That is interesting. But it's one of those things where it's like if you hear that, like I'm an Ayn Rand fan, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're one of
Those guys, yeah.
You
And
Bitcoin too.
Yeah, exactly. It's true.
Right?
But it's funny because look, and I get, by the way, Atlas Shrugged. Fair. You can play with that. That's a game that I'm pretty exclusively a Fountainhead fanatic, and for that, also because it's melodrama too. Like it's the most melodramatic thing ever. I mean, as far as just like,
why don't Netflix let you do that?
I
I feel like they should.
I think it would have a huge. Again, like I said, I know it would work.
I know it worked too.
I know.
Yeah. Well, come on, Netflix. Let's go.
Let's go.
Well, I'm a fan of letting artists like yourself do what is their vision, and I think people are often wrong about whether or not something is going to be successful commercially or whether or not it's going to resonate with a lot of other people.
But that's the thing that no one knows. Like, that's the awesome thing about movies is like, and why, I'm not that worried about the AI influence of a motion picture because there's obviously no formula. No one can predict what's going to be successful, or they would have gotten rid of the directors and writers a long time ago. It's still, there's alchemy, there's still magic, there's still like an impossible, like, all these elements come together and you're like, you feel something. You're like, what, that was cool. Fuck, and it's the thing, like, who knows,
Yeah.
It's like, anything, that you see that maybe if someone described it to you in an abstract, you'd be like, that sounds dumb. Like, no. And then you sit and you watch it and you experience it moment by moment and you feel it. Yeah, it's fucking cool.
Well, it's also, I think there's always going to be a thing that people resonate with where they know it's made by a person. They know that an artist's thoughts were involved in the creation of this thing. This is the vision. They worked tirelessly to produce this and they put it out and they're proud of it. Here it is. And there's something about that you're getting to take in another human being's, a group of human beings, creation. And that means something to us. And I think it's always going to mean something to us. I think there's going to be AI songs and AI movies and AI art, and it's going to be cool. But it's not going to be as cool because it's not going to be from a human.
Correct.
From human beings.
And I do feel like the fingerprints, the squishy fingerprints on the thing are the thing that make it like unbelievably cool.
Chisel marks.
Yeah, I want the chisel marks. I love them. I live for them. Like, to me, that's the bit. Like, the best movies, my favorite movies, the best movies are where you can feel the hand of the filmmaker.
Yes.
Like, I want that.
Yeah.
I do not want the movie made by committee.
Right.
Like,
Exactly.
you vote. When you go to a movie that feels like it was made in the boardroom, like, I feel dirty when I watch that. I don't like it. I'm like, I don't want the cold hand of marketing on me like that. I want, like, that's why I love the, like, the weirdness. Like, I feel like in the end, all of my movies are just a little bit weird in a good way. Like, 300, for whatever it's, like, all the, like, kind of, like, coolness of it as far as, like, yeah, let's go fight. It's still a weirdo movie. Like,
Did
the
you
way
ever
it's
think
made.
of putting a bunch of gay stuff in there?
Well, it's Frank's book. I wrote it. I made what Frank wrote. Now in retrospect, and we've been talking about doing a series where I really wanted to, like, introduce those concepts a lot more because I just feel like it's important in if we go forward and do, like, more in the 300 universe, I would want to bring that part in and let people which I think just shakes it up again. Like you're like, what? Like
Yeah,
right
that'd
when you
be
thought
interesting.
right when you thought you knew like how to feel. Like I'm gonna make you feel like another way. People have always said like 300. People have accused me of being like homophobic or whatever, and I'm like, I don't know. Like somehow they feel like
Because the Spartans weren't doing gay stuff.
yeah, or because they, there's that one line where he says, philosophers and boy lovers, but like, I think that he's clearly being cheeky, Leonidas, because like I of course was hyper aware at the time that the reality of Spartan culture was like he's obviously out. He means philosophies and boy lovers, not like he's using that maybe as a derogatory comment, but when in reality he's a lover of men, probably,
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And so like I just think that like as we talked about, like as we go forward, I would love to like just kind of stress and it just like I said, like look, 300, in some ways is like one of the gayest movies ever made. Like it is incredibly male centric, male obsessed. Like you really feel like very strong male energy from the movie, even though there's strong, Gorgo's an incredibly strong female character, and we wrote her and made her. Like, he doesn't decide to kick the first messenger into the well without getting approval from Gorgo, because, he's like, I'm going to burn it down. Is that cool? And she's like, go do it. And he's like, all right, here we go. And, this is Sparta's that guy. And that's like, that was, that and I just think that, like, and maybe that was just me doing the research and understanding the reality of Spartan culture, that that energy was in there, because I just thought it was important to make sure that it was, that there was this kind of visceral sexuality to the way the men actually interacted. It was there. I mean, regardless of whether you acknowledge it, it's there.
That would be, but it wasn't acknowledged really in the film. Like if anybody didn't know the history of the Spartans, they wouldn't know.
No. But I just feel I just mean from sort of an iconic standpoint, as far as like this just sort of indulgence in male.
Mhm.
It's
Right.
it's not casual.
Right. If you have to be fascinating to see if you did do a series and you had them behave the way Spartans actually did, the reaction.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I think that hopefully we'll find out one day. That'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, like, look, in the end, it's a weirdo show, like it's fun to enjoy it. It's fun to fuck with it, like that's what we do. Like you got to tear it apart a little bit to like take a look at it. You don't know.
When you choose things to do today, how do you go about doing? Do you just sit with an idea and bring it to studios? Do they come to you? How do you choose what you?
I don't develop. I kind of have I've always had a bunch of stuff that I work on, and I just go, I want to do this, and then whoever wants to do it, then we do it. And,
That's a nice position.
It is. It's an awesome position, and I appreciate it, and I don't take it for granted. There's a few things. Like I've always been obsessed with Richard Bach. I don't know if you know. Like he has this book called Illusions that I've owned for a long time, and I always wanted to do. I grew up as a Christian Zionist, and
Isn't that a book about like channeling?
Well, Illusions is about this. It's a book about this guy flying his biplane around in the 1970s, and he lands in a pasture, because like in the 70s, he was part of this sort of, he would fly his biplane around, land in a pasture, and then sell rides for $3, like for 10 minutes. And that's how he lived, right? He's just a gypsy pilot flying around the Midwest. And he happens to come across this guy who also is flying a biplane, who happens to be like a messiah, who happens to be like this super spiritually advanced dude who's on the run from, he doesn't want to be the messiah. He's like it's called Illusions, The Adventures of a Reluctant Messiah. It's about the two of them spending the summer together, just the one guy teaching him about like, it's a shit job being a messiah. Like, don't do it. Because you know what happens to the messiahs in the end.
Right. Yeah.
And he goes, so you always have to die a violent death? And he goes, yeah, I don't think always. And he's like, really? He goes, yeah, you know what? It's cool for like, he goes, well, what about just a quiet little ascension, you know, just on the side? And he's like, yeah, I don't think the universe will let that happen, you know. So it's this really cool. Again, it's like this sort of, again, like a spiritual deconstructivist, like Messiah story. And I just like, it was like this book when I was growing up. In a lot of ways, it's religious philosophies similar to Christian Science. So I superimposed my religious beliefs onto this book, and I felt like it kind of spoke to my doubts and my questions about my religious upbringing and like what I thought for real. Like my brother passed away when I was 13. He got in a car accident, and he was like this incredibly spiritual dude. Anyone who knew my brother was like, that guy was the guy. He was the man. You know, Sam Snyder was like, among his peer group, was like, he was like, you know, in retrospect, like he was into Tai Chi and like, just like super cool 70s dude, right? Like, just like, kind of like Billy Crudup, right? Like Billy Crudup from like, you know, Almost Famous, right? Imagine that guy, like, but just like the coolest guy, you know, smoking dope, just being cool as hell. So when he passed away, I always thought like, okay, my brother just like tired of this world and went looking for another one. You know, like he was just like on a spiritual journey. But then like when you're 13 and you see like what that event though does to your family, your mother and father, you know, your sister, all of their friends, like the devastation that they feel. And these are people that I believed in the religion that I believed in. And the pain, like, it made me really go like, what the fuck? Like, what's real? What are we supposed to believe? You know, it really tested me. And I think that Illusions, that book, in retrospect, and I won't spoil alert, I won't tell you what happens on the last page of the book, but it kind of speaks to where I was, and I think so. It's always resonated with me. And I'm friends with Richard Bach. I became friends with him, and his wife is constantly texting me like, "When are we making Illusions?" And I was like, "Soon." She's like, "I found the planes." You know, so it's cool. Like we have the planes, we can make it anytime. So yeah, so those are that's how we develop. Like it's all these things that I have, you know, that are kind of close to me that I'm always constantly saying, "What about that? We should make this time."
That's awesome, dude. Well, listen, it's been great to talk to you. I really appreciate what you've done. I love how excited you are about filmmaking. You've done some awesome shit, man. You should be proud.
I appreciate it. Look, man, I'm a fan of the show, and you know, it's an honor to come on and talk to you.
Thank you. Honor to have you. Cheers much. All right. Bye, everybody.
Thanks, buddy.
This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Waiting on a tax return? Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve identity theft issues on your behalf. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Why wait for your tax refund in vain? Help protect your information immediately with LifeLock. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more. This episode is brought to you by Simply Safe. Springtime is all about freshness. You got fresh air, fresh starts, freshly cleaned homes, and as you're getting your home in order, it might be a good time to take a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security. I think they're one of the best options out there, and so do a lot of others. Simply Safe is loved by customers and experts alike. It was even named Best Home Security Systems of 2024 by U.S. News and World Report. And here's why I think you'll like it. The system blankets your whole home in protection. That includes advanced sensors and cameras to help detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Plus, with 24/7 professional monitoring, you can rest easy knowing you'll get a fast emergency response when you need it most. Monitoring agents can even help stop crime in real time. Simply Safe has given many people a real peace of mind. I want you to have it too. So try it out risk-free with no contract and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Get 20% off your system today when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/JRE. That's simplysafe.com/JRE. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my name, Joe Rogan Podcast my name. All day.
Hello.
Hello.
Very nice to meet you.
Yes, and you.
You've been on a wild little journey, huh?
A journey that I certainly never expected, never wanted,
Right.
still don't want. So yeah.
Did you ever in your wildest dreams think that you would have to be an advocate for women's sports?
For sanity.
For sanity?
No. Never did I imagine that anyone would have to be in the position that I'm in. Nevertheless, me. So, like you said, it really has been a wild, almost 2 years now. I graduated college, set to be a dentist in dental school, wanting to specialize in endodontics, which weirdly enough is root canals. So to say that this is a totally different path than I could have ever anticipated doesn't do it justice.
Yeah, that's minor understatement.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
So, walk us through the beginnings of this for you. What was your first introduction to this insanity of biological men with gender dysphoria trying to compete with women?
So I'll take you through my kind of timeline here.
Okay.
Started swimming when I was 4 years old, right? I come from a family of athletes. My dad was an NFL player. My mom, she played D1 softball. My oldest sister, she played softball, went to Ole Miss. My brother, he's in college playing football now. All my uncles won Super Bowls and all this stuff. So I come from a family of athletes. Started swimming when I was 4. Graduated when I was 22. So, 18 years of my life I really dedicated to my sport. Impossible to put in words, you know this, the time and the hours and the dedication, the sacrifices that it takes to compete and ultimately be successful at the highest level. But of course, I was willing to do this. I knew I had to. Right? You don't get to go to prom. You don't get to have sleepovers with your friends on Friday night because guess what? Practice at 6 a.m. on Saturday. All of that to really say it's a lifelong journey. College rolls around. Truth be told, I really could have gone anywhere that I wanted to swim. I'm absolutely biased, and the SEC is the best conference, so I knew that was for me. But went to University of Kentucky. Could not have been a better place for me. Freshman year, right, there was a lot of adjusting. There was a lot of time and hours. I thought I worked hard before. I was wrong. We were in the water 6 hours every single day, with 3 of those hours being before 8 a.m., right? So you practice from 5 a.m. to 8 a.m., go to class, come back, practice again from 1:30 to 4:30, ate your dinner, iced your shoulders, went to bed, did it all again the next day. We swam about 15,000 yards every single day, which is equivalent to like 10-ish miles. So lots of adjusting. Sophomore year, still improving though, still getting better. Sophomore year rolls around. I really started having this breakout season, started doing some pretty great things. Really had finally developed like a sense of consistency, I think. And about 3 days before we were supposed to leave for our national championships, which of course, the NCAA, think about basketball, the NCAA tournament, equivalent in swimming, we were ready to go, the meet you work all year, really all your life for. About 3 days before we were supposed to leave in March of 2020, our coaches pull us out of the water, sit us down and say, look, if you live in the dorm rooms, pack your stuff up, you have to leave campus tonight. Of course, COVID had hit. I didn't really know what this meant at the time. There was still a lot of uncertainty around this. So I thought this meant we got a weekend off, we got to go home, we'd quickly return. But of course, that was not a correct assumption. Because upon going back home is Tennessee for me, right? There were no pools open. There were no gyms open, nothing like that. And so every day I swam miles aimlessly in the lake. I'd put on a wetsuit and I'd jump in the boat dock and I'd swim down by Johnny Cash's house, and I came back and I did the same route every single day. Because again, I knew that I had to if I wanted to continue this breakout season I was having my junior year my sophomore year into my junior year. Right, and the amount of snakes that I swam by, and like dead catfish that are floating on top of the water that like hit you in your face while you're swimming is not pleasant. But eventually we were able to come back junior year. We had to deal with all the COVID theatrics, which I'll be the first person to say that being a college athlete, really being a college student, I would argue being a human during the time of COVID was miserable, to say the least. But especially being an athlete, right, in terms of the mask mandates and the social distancing and the contact tracing and the mandatory vaccines, which, have you ever seen a swimmer in the pool wearing a mask?
Yeah.
You have.
Yeah, I watch videos of it.
Well, we essentially waterboarded ourselves with these,
Stupid.
isn't it?
It's so stupid.
Isn't it? So, but this, dealing with all the theatrics outside of all that, really, this was the year that I won my first individual SEC title. University of Kentucky won its first ever program title in school history. And ultimately, I concluded my junior year placing 7th in the country, which I was proud of, right? You're top 8, you're an All-American, it's a pretty high honor. But I knew right then and there that I placed 7th in the nation my junior year, that my senior year, I had a goal of winning a national title. So that's kind of the backstory to now kind of finding out about all of this other stuff going on. Senior year rolls around. About midway through my senior year, I'm right on pace to achieve my goal. I'm ranked 3rd in the nation behind one amazing female swimmer who I knew very well, because, you know, like in most sports, your top tier athletes know of each other regardless of where you compete because you've grown up competing against each other. So I knew this girl very well, trailing her by a few 100ths, tenths of a second maybe. But the swimmer who was leading the nation by body lengths, might I add, which is a very large margin in swimming, right? A sport that's measured down to the 100th of a second. This swimmer was leading the country by multiple seconds. Was a swimmer that I had never heard of before. And this is the first time that me and my teammates became aware of a swimmer named Leah Thomas. For all we knew at the time, right, keep in mind we hadn't seen a picture of this person or else things would have been a little more clear. For all we knew at the time, this was a senior from University of Pennsylvania, which is not a school that historically produces fast swimmers. Now I would argue it's not a school that historically produces really anything good. Leading the nation by body lengths, ranging in events from the 100 freestyle, which is of course a sprint, and all of the freestyle events in between through the mile, which, if you don't know swimming, right, think about this in terms of your Olympic runners, because that's like saying your best 200-meter runner is your best marathon runner. You and I both know that that doesn't happen. They're two totally different systems. But that's what we were saying in this person. So I'm scratching my head, right? I'm talking to my coaches, my teammates. Who is this person? We had no idea. And we continued to stay in the dark until an article came out. And in this article, it very briefly disclosed in a blip of a sentence, as if we were really supposed to just read right over it. It says, Leah Thomas is formerly Will Thomas and swam 3 years on the men's team at the University of Pennsylvania before deciding to switch to the women's team. And so when I read this, of course, I was shocked, naturally. But really, it was kind of like this sense of relief that I felt. Because at this point, I went to look up who Will Thomas was. because admittedly, I was curious. Was this a lateral movement? Someone who went from ranking amongst the best of the men to now continuing to rank amongst the best of the women? Which is, of course, not what we saw, right? We saw that this was a mediocre man, and that's generous at best, ranking 462nd in the nation the year prior when competing against the men. But
This episode is brought to you by ShipStation. There's a lot that goes into running a business, especially an e-commerce business. You got to deal with planning, production, shipping, marketing, and more. It's easy to see how you can get overwhelmed, but I have a helpful tip for you guys. Use ShipStation. Their easy-to-use dashboard can help manage orders, optimize your workflow, and reduce costs. I'm talking major discounts, like up to 89% off UPS, USPS, and other shipping rates. And another reason I think ShipStation is so great is their reliable enterprise solutions. They can help you scale up and get your business where you want it to be. Over 130,000 companies have already grown their e-commerce businesses with ShipStation. It's the innovative tool that helps turn your shipping challenges into opportunities for growth. See for yourself how effective it can be. Go to ShipStation.com and use the code JRE to sign up for your free 60-day trial today. That's ShipStation.com, code JRE. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. We are brought to you by Roka. If you've been listening for a while, you may have heard me talk about Roka sunglasses. They are my absolute favorite. But today, I want you to know about the prescription eyewear. If you are active and have bad eyes, do not skip this shit. Roka is a brand based in Austin, Texas, and they have been making performance eyewear for Olympic gold medalists and world champion athletes since 2016. For the last few years, Roka has been building out a badass prescription offering and invested millions of dollars to build their own optical lab right here in Austin at their headquarters. All of Roka's frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers. Since they cut their own lenses, they can also work with extreme ranges that a lot of other brands can't offer. I've been wearing the readers and sunglasses for a few years now and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Roka fixed that problem where glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Rokas stay on your face, you can actually work out in them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Roka did that and actually made their products better too. No bullshit. Check them out. I could wear anything, but I choose to wear Roka, and you should too. Get 20% off your order with the code Rogan at Roka.com. That's ROKA.com.
But that's why I say I felt relieved, because I thought that the NCAA would see this how I saw it, and how, again, my teammates saw it, how my coaches saw it, how my family saw it, how anyone with any amount of brain activity would probably comprehend this. Look, nothing hateful about it, nothing even opinionated about it. The sheer facts on the paper in front of us that this was not a lateral movement by any means. But lo and behold, the NCAA did not see it that way. They saw absolutely nothing wrong with this. And so about 3 weeks before our national championships in March of 2022, they released a statement saying that Thomas's participation in the women's category was a non-negotiable. Basically saying that, look, there was nothing that we could do. As female athletes, there was no questions that we could ask or concerns that we could raise. We were told that we had to accept this with a smile on our face. So that's kind of the lead up to that national championships and really how myself and my teammates and really the nation, the world, actually found out about Leah Thomas. And I will say, I'd heard of this happening in sports before, but I'd really only heard of it going the other way, right? So women, females who wanted to self-identify as men, then going to compete in the men's category, which, look, I didn't ever agree with. I never necessarily supported it, but maybe at the time I didn't see a problem with it, right? Because no one's, competition, the men's competition, isn't being threatened. So, I thought it was dumb on the woman's behalf, but whatever.
Did you see this from biological women competing against men?
Actually, in the sport of swimming, again, there is a swimmer from Harvard by the name of Skylar Baylor, competed on the women's team, and then decided to switch to the men's team at Harvard.
This is Sure enough, so